Can we go ahead and
Everybody
start?
let Jeff know we were having a meeting tonight.
Good evening. Welcome to the Matthews Board of Commissioners meeting for October 25th, 2021. This is a special meeting where the board will meet with staff to discuss tax increment funding options. And Becky, are you going to lead this off? Take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. So thank you, Mayor, members of the board. The purpose of getting together tonight is to make sure that the board is acquainted with a few different types of tax increment funding options that exist. Make sure that what the tools actually are and what they're not and how they work is understood. And then we'll kind of broadly talk about a specific application that we have become aware of that may be an opportunity for one of these types of tax increment funding options, if the board is interested in continuing the conversations along that front. So just for the benefit of the group, I can't see everybody. So if you have any questions or if you need me to clarify anything, please don't hesitate to interrupt, and happy to go over it as many times as necessary. So the first thing that we want to make sure that the board is acquainted with is what is tax increment financing, which is also known as a TIF. This is the term that is most often used when we think about various types of tax increment funding options. A TIF is really a type of debt that a locality will take on, and they use it to finance construction of a public amenity or a piece of infrastructure within a defined area or a district that they believe that by building that infrastructure that they will see new development result from that investment. So as an example, you might build a road that doesn't exist to free up access to a parcel that maybe can't be developed without the road, and then the new development will result in theory from building that road. So the way that a TIF is structured then is that the property tax revenue that is then generated from that new development within the defined district is then utilized to be able to make the debt service payments on the debt that was taken out to build the infrastructure. And a TIF is most commonly used for infrastructure projects, public facilities that have benefit for the overall community. So this is really just trying to break that down into more simple terms. The public infrastructure is financed by the locality. The private development is then spurred by the infrastructure improvements within that district, results in an increase in tax revenue. And then that new tax revenue is used to repay the loan. This type of tax increment funding has some benefits. One is that it does minimize the locality's annual operating budget, the impacts to that budget, in that you're utilizing new revenue to make the debt service payments as opposed to having to utilize existing revenue. And it can be an effective tool for stimulating private investment and job creation. And of course, the public infrastructure has been deemed to be a benefit to the community. But a TIF also has really big risks. The biggest one is that there's no guarantee. The quintessential, if you build it, they will come. That doesn't always happen. So sometimes a locality may put in the money to build the infrastructure or build the public assets, and then the development that they thought would happen doesn't happen. And the locality is left having to figure out how to make that debt service payment without the new tax revenue that they were hoping was going to come from that development that just never came. Establishing a TIF district is also considered a very complex process and deters many local governments. TIF is actually very uncommon in North Carolina due to the complexity of getting that district established. And in talking with Mecklenburg County, largely due to the risks that I just talked about, the county does not participate in TIF projects with any amount of pledge of their own revenues to that. So the county's out. Something else that you have maybe heard of is a synthetic tax increment financing district. A synthetic TIF is not formally recognized in North Carolina, but it's something that a lot of localities have, I guess, come up with that acts very similar to a TIF in that the locality takes on the debt for the project, but they don't establish that formal district. They kind of skip that part. And so that makes it a much cleaner project. It makes it a lot more straightforward. They are really just kind of informally calculating how much new revenue they think will come from new development and assessing that they can in fact afford to make the payments on the debt that they're taking on. And so they move forward with building the infrastructure themselves. And presumably that new development does result in sufficient increased tax revenue to be able to make that payment. So a much more simple process. So again, just trying to break it down a little bit more simply, the public infrastructure improvement is financed by the locality. Private development, which may or may not be directly tied to the public infrastructure, but the locality is seeing new development that results, and but without a designated district, creates new tax revenue, and then that's what's used to repay the loan. Similar to a regular TIF, there are benefits in that it also does minimize the impact to the locality's annual operating budget. And of course, the public infrastructure has been deemed to have value to the community. But just like a regular TIF, there's also no guarantees. You are taking on this burden and hoping that the development can cover your costs. But if they don't, you've got to figure it out. Similar to a regular TIF, Mecklenburg County is also not interested in participating in a synthetic TIF project. So we're getting to good news now. A tax increment grant, or a TIG, is structured kind of in the reverse. And so what that means is that a locality does not take on the debt. So the debt for the public infrastructure is actually taken on by a private developer. And so the private developer is who puts in the money and provides the public improvement. And then there is an agreement in place where the locality agrees to reimburse a portion of the property taxes that result from development that that developer was involved in the area. So essentially the developer builds the road to go to their new development. The locality also sees the benefit of the road, and they work out an agreement that they're reimbursing a portion of that new tax revenue from that development that happened nearby. So with a TIG, Mecklenburg County is very open to these types of partnerships for qualifying projects. So to break it down again, the public infrastructure improvement is financed by the private developer. That private development may or may not occur. And so that really is where the risk is not in existence with a TIG, in that if the developer doesn't follow through with their private development, then they just don't get a reimbursement. Or maybe they get a smaller reimbursement. But the private developer is who put the dollars into the public investment, and that becomes the localities kind of regardless of what happens on the financial end on the backside. So if the development does occur, then the developer does see a bit of a refund for some or all of the costs that they incurred to put in that public infrastructure. So as you might be able to imagine, what more benefits of a TIG? So very low risk if the developer doesn't follow through on the requirements, or they don't build enough to have the increase in tax revenue that they were hoping to cover their costs. That's really on them. The locality remains unharmed, and they in theory have the asset. It does also minimize the impact on the locality's budget because they are getting the public asset without having to put up the funds up front. And of course, the community benefits from the public infrastructure. Of course, the trade-off is you are giving away some of the new tax revenue that did generate from that development to reimburse the developer for their costs. So as opposed to if you had said you got to put in everything yourself, and then you were able to have the tax revenue without any reimbursement in place. So I mentioned the county a couple of times, and they do play a major role in any type of funding program like this, really because of their tax rate. So when you look at the county's tax rate versus Matthews, it makes a lot of sense that if you're looking to reimburse for significant infrastructure, having the county at the table as a partner is very, very important, just because of the amount of a reimbursement that they are able to offer from their tax rate compared to ours. The two working together is really where you end up with notable potential for reimbursement. Of course, the County Board of Supervisors has to approve any TIG partnerships, but in talking with county staff, they did provide just kind of some high-level criteria that has been, in their experience, attractive for the county to consider these types of partnerships. And first and foremost, they would be looking for it to be a piece of infrastructure or connectivity that we desire. And then they're also very pleased when this type of infrastructure also may provide increased connectivity to a county-owned asset. Secondary criteria, also important. If the private development does have a housing component, they are absolutely going to be looking for an affordability component within that development. So that is certainly attractive. And then the county has commitments that are in place where they would be looking for the developer to support minority women and small business enterprise certified businesses throughout the funding process of the various contracts and subcontracts that they would be issuing. So reimbursement grants are typically capped at about 45% of new tax revenue, with terms ranging from 10 to 20 years. And grants do not exceed the actual cost to build the infrastructure. So you're not enriching a developer, you're merely paying them back for some or all of the costs that they incurred to build the public asset. So here's an example. It was in the memo if you had an opportunity to look at that over the weekend. But in this TIG example, there's a town that desires a new road connection to mitigate congestion and provide alternate access to a county-owned park, but they don't have any funding. So a developer with a large project in the area that doesn't need the road specifically for their development, but does see value in having that road for increased access and connectivity, is willing to build the road if they are able to enter into a TIG agreement to offset the majority of their associated costs. So in this example, the road cost about $6.5 million. And you can see there that you've got the original value of the land before it's developed is generating about $9,000 in tax revenue. They put in about $100 million into development. They're now generating over $900,000 in tax revenue between both the county's rate and the town's rate. So the new taxes that would be generated off of that development are right there around $900,000. So if you were to issue a TIG to reimburse the developer for 45% of their tax bill for a term of 15 years, you would be reimbursing them, again, county and town, $406,000 annually. And the county and the town would retain the remaining 55% of new tax revenue. Over the course of 15 years, the developer ends up not quite meeting their entire cost, but receives over $6 million back for the cost of building that road.
Becky, I've got a question.
Yep.
Mayor
Go ahead, Jeff.
first.
Go ahead, Jeff.
My question, if I'm supposed to go first, is there a specific property where we're going to suggest a TIF, TIG, or something similar, or is this for educational purposes?
There is one that we will be suggesting, and that is coming up in a slide in just a moment.
All right.
And my question is, what is the incentive to the developer if he or she is not even going to get all their money back, certainly without interest? They're going to tie up $6.5 million for 15 years and not even get it all back. If they didn't need the road, why would they want to do this?
So Matthews has never done this. So let me start that. So from what we understand, the benefit is, as an example, is if it were to increase connectivity. So instead of maybe having, 5,000 cars a day that are making a specific trip to their location, if they're able to build a pretty major thoroughfare either adjacent to or near their parcel, then maybe it's going to get 20,000 cars a day. And so it's going to provide additional activity, additional opportunity for patrons to come to their development, spend money. That makes it more attractive, more likely to be a thriving development as opposed to one that maybe they just couldn't get enough traffic to make it a go.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So Commissioner Miller, to your point, the specific application that we are referencing today, and I've got a map here on the next slide, would be a potential application in the ENT district. So we have talked about this broadly a couple of years ago, but just as kind of a bit of a refresher, the ENT district is, of course, privately held property. And so basic infrastructure needs within that property would always be the responsibility of the developer. We're not talking about things that a private developer would need to do, regardless of anything else that's going on. But there are some pretty important road connections within the vicinity of the ENT district, either directly within it or nearby, that the town has deemed to be pretty important connections where the funding is questionable for how we may be able to make some of these happen. So when you think about completing Independence Point Parkway that connects to Greylock Ridge Extension, and into the Sportsplex. Those are some major roadways that we don't currently have direct funding for. And, of course, things are unclear with DOT related to the building of Independence Point Parkway, how all of that is going to eventually play out, and making the final connection with Greylock Ridge. And of course, with the county asset nearby, it does play into this being a strong contender for this type of application if we're interested in continuing the conversation. And so again, this is just saying that the town could provide a grant from increased property tax revenue that's generated from new development in the ENT district to reimburse the developer for public infrastructure improvements in the general area. So the Briley apartment complex is a great example. It's already built. We're not talking about Briley. That's kind of locked in as far as we wouldn't be looking to do anything retroactively on those parcels. It would be for anything that's remaining in that area. So this is a non-technical sketch, but just to orient the board, this is, of course, the ENT district. We've got John Street. John Street is down here. And this is Charles Street with the railroad tracks. And so just to orient, of course, the town received BA dollars for Greylock Ridge Extension from John Street up to Charles. And it is possible that we will receive additional BA dollars to cross the railroad tracks. But then the town currently owns the right-of-way through this portion of the yellow. But there's no funding to continue the road. And then this parcel is currently undeveloped, but under contract. This is the Duke transmission line. This is the portion of the ENT district that is also under contract, but is not developed. And then this is the Sportsplex over here. So how we've kind of course, very roughly put this on the map would be, if nothing were done to make these bigger connections, the developer could, in theory, build this blue section essentially at a neighborhood street level. It wouldn't need to be built to the standards of a thoroughfare. So there's certainly a portion that needs to be put in regardless, but not necessarily to the standard that the board would be looking for that future important connection as part of Independence Point Parkway. With no funding in place for the yellow portions, that would just remain unbuilt right now. And the town has talked about this being an important alternative to getting traffic off of John Street, providing an alternative connection throughout town. But of course, there's just no funding that's been identified to date. So, Mayor, to your point earlier, the ability for parcels in here to thrive is also probably significantly impacted in a positive way if there was an additional access to, say, commercial development off of John Street, as opposed to having it be at the back of a neighborhood street off of Matthews Mint Hill Road. What we are looking for, well, before I move that, are there any questions about anything that I just said on that screen? Okay.
Oh, so is the blue Independence Parkway?
Yes. So right now, this is the future alignment of Independence Point Parkway with, some variation up here. It may look slightly differently, but roughly this is intended to be Independence Point Parkway. And then to tie in the county asset, something like this would be building that alternative connection to Sports Parkway to provide this had been envisioned as one of the main entranceways into the Sportsplex to be able to come off of 485, take Greylock Ridge Extension, and then get into the Sportsplex without having to traverse Tanktown Road.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
On the topic of Independence Point Parkway, we're missing a leg between the new apartment complex on Old 51 and Target. And then we're missing a leg that NCDOT is obligated to build behind Harris Teeter on the other side of 51 going north. Would the missing piece behind Target be a good qualification for a TIF as well?
And I'm not sure which one you're referring to behind Target.
Target is Independence Point Parkway, and it dies at Overcash, I believe, and we're taking over Overcash. And there's a missing segment that then goes to the new apartments that connect to Moore Road.
Okay, so there may be a confusion in Independence Point Parkway, Northeast Parkway. So Northeast Parkway, there is a missing link near Academy Sports and then the new apartments over there across from Moore Road. There's a missing link there that's supposed to be built as part of 2509. That is a different segment than what we're talking about.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry about that.
That is but that's a great example of a potential TIG project, or you wait for DOT, presuming that ever happens, or I know as part of the apartment rezoning, they were mandated to build a portion of Northeast Parkway, and the town didn't have to give up any tax benefit from that development. That was just, if you would like the rezoning, you're going to have to build a section of the road.
Becky, is it true that NCDOT is obligated to build the parallel road between Bonefish Grill and 51 near Harris Teeter Target? Is that true? And
obligated may be a strong word. So I know there's a lot of discussions going on right now. The many years long understanding was that DOT would be building those parallel routes as part of the 74 project.
Right.
It appears that through the value engineering process, that is being rather shaky. And there is definitely talk by DOT that they don't necessarily see the value in all of the segments in Matthews. And so that is something that we are continuing to try to fight and, put our stake in the ground as far as trying to demonstrate the importance of those roads. But that is all completely up in the air and questionable at this point.
And so Becky, is that blue line on your share screen at the top left, is that near Ridge Church where it starts?
Yes. You've got Ridge Church right here.
Exactly.
Yep.
All right.
And then this is Briley. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes. So for the purposes of the discussion tonight, or the input that we're looking for from the board is, this is all very, very high level at this point. We were approached by one of the developers who has a parcel in the E&T district under contract regarding whether or not we would be open to conversations about some type of tax increment funding for them to provide some of the road network that we would be looking for in this area, because in their opinion, it helps their development and also certainly meets a need of the community. How much of the road network, I think, is certainly something that needs to be discussed. But from the town's perspective and from the county's perspective, it makes sense that it would need to be the completion of Greylock Ridge Extension, and it would need to get to the Sportsplex to kind of meet the criteria that the county is certainly looking for in their projects and in the partnerships. And that's quite a bit of road. So we don't know how that will be received. But what we wanted to do first was to talk to you as a board to make sure that you certainly understood that we had been approached about this, but then also kind of get your feedback of, is this even something that you're interested in continuing conversations with? Is it something that you just say, you know what, we want all of the tax dollars that we can get, and this is just not something that we're interested in considering at this time? For us to kind of know whether or not to try to continue conversations with the developer from here and the county, since they're an important partner.
And we stopped sharing the screen so I can see everyone. Thank you. Jeff, you had a comment?
Yeah, Becky, I know we've been talking about TIF since the entertainment district was ever brought up. I didn't pick up what the advantage is of a TIG, of the grant versus financing the tax incremental. Can you explain why a TIG would be better than a TIF, please?
Sure. So the main reason is that a TIG puts the risk on the developer. So in a TIG, you are saying to the developer, you go build the public infrastructure for us at your cost, your expense. And then presuming that you build it and we're happy with it, we will then reimburse you a portion of the new tax revenue that you are then generating for us from the development. So if they don't build it, then we're not out anything. And if they never build their development, we're not out anything. And the county is open to partnering on a TIG. So you get the benefit of their tax dollars, their tax revenue, helping pay back a portion of the cost of infrastructure that we're benefiting from in Matthews. With a TIF, the risk is on us. So we would have to go out and get the financing. We would have to build the infrastructure, hoping that the development would then result from building that road, as an example. If the development never happened, we still have to pay the bill, whether or not we had enough tax revenue to cover it. So we bear all the risk, and the county is not interested in TIF projects. So we would be on our own as far as any amount that we were trying to come up with dollars to pay back. The county would not be assisting in that process.
Thank you.
To that end, Becky, the developer in question was talking about a TIF and not a TIG, correct? That's what I heard him say.
So and that was where I mentioned at the top, a TIF is the phrase that you often hear talked about when you're talking about tax increment funding. But the bottom line is they're super complex. The county isn't interested. We would bear the risk. So it kind of has everything stacked against it in terms of something that we would be interested in pursuing. So really the option seems to be a TIG if they're even interested in continuing the conversation.
First off, Becky, I want to thank you for having this discussion. And I was kind of teasing Becky earlier in the previous meeting because we had the same conversation probably about 2 years ago, and I forgot most of the idiosyncrasies of each type. But clearly, I don't think we want to do something that the county has determined is not good or not viable. So I agree. If we do this, we should do it. TIG. I still don't know that I know enough about it to say, yay, let's do it. But I would like to consider it anyway. I don't know what others think. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner McCool?
What do you see are the risks of doing a TIG rather? I mean, obviously the TIF has its risks. What are the risks of a TIG?
The only risk that I see is that you're committing new tax revenue that would be paying back the developer for the cost of this infrastructure. So you're really kind of tying up those dollars in some case for 10 or 15 years. Now, granted, we're getting the benefit of the public infrastructure as a result of it. So we have that, but as opposed to maybe drawing a hard line in the sand and saying, if you want the road so bad, build it and it's all on you. And, maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. But then we would have all that tax revenue without having to give any of it back. So that's really the downfall. But otherwise, from everything that we've seen, Jay and I had a great conversation with Peter Zeiler with Mecklenburg County Economic Development Office, who's in the middle of many of these reimbursement partnerships with the city of Charlotte in particular. There's really not a downside because it's really putting the burden on the developer to build the product. And so if it doesn't happen, in many ways, we're no worse off than we were before because we don't have the asset right now either.
Thank you.
One more question.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. This might be for CJ or Dana, who is on the call, but or Urban. We've had some examples where the developer builds substandard streets and slaps 1.5 inches of asphalt on top and doesn't really do the grading well or the sewer line well. Do we have the ability to inspect the quality of their work so that if it's a TIG, that we would not get burned years down the road? That's burdensome that our standard is applied when they build it instead.
Yeah, Jeff, this is CJ. Yes, we would have inspectors there like we do with pretty much any road that we take over. They would have to follow our specs for that road as far as the pavement structure, the widths. We work hand in hand with them to make sure what was being built was what Matthews wanted.
Is that a burden on either of you or your department?
We know more than any other project. And yeah, I mean, it's cost of doing business.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm trying to stick up for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that this board has talked about, and I believe at our planning conference when we first formed as a board, was the delicate balance of the expectations of our constituents when we in some ways justify allowing a lot of these big developments and saying, but we're getting so much more tax revenue. So that would be, I think, to Commissioner McCool's point, a downside is although we would get the public infrastructure probably more quickly, we're going to get less tax revenue than we otherwise would. So I think that's the balance of it is, do you want to build the thing now and pay for it over time, but get less tax revenue or get more tax revenue all along. Commissioner Urban.
I think to your point though, Mayor, is by providing this infrastructure under the TEAG program, you're going to spur and act as a catalyst for growth. And as part of the TIG process and working with those developers, sort of formulating how you want to approach this, you know, yes, you might be behind the 8 ball initially, but with that roadway going in there, the eyes of developers on that property are going to significantly increase. And since it's under sort of a zoning condition situation, you know, we get to rule the roost a little bit, so we get to be a little bit pickier about things. But in reality, this would act as a catalyst, which will generate those types of projects that will bring in the tax revenue. We might actually begin to have those conversations about parking decks and true mixed use and things like that because of this development right away. And on top of it, we could be doing ourselves a really great benefit of alleviating our own traffic because NCDOT is nowhere to be found on a lot of these projects.
Fair points, Mr. Blodgett.
One of the interesting this is all lots of dynamics here, but you know, originally we fought very hard about East John Street, right? And our logic was, okay, let people drive up from Union County, and then when they hit 485, they get on 485 and then eventually hit Independence Boulevard. In my mind, what was making that transition easier was what they called managed lanes. And you're going to have managed lanes. You could hop on a managed lane and then get all the way into downtown Charlotte. They are now putting the managed lanes on the back burner. So what would happen is people would get on 485 and have to do the typical loop-de-loop that they do now. And it's possible somebody's going to say, well, it's not as easy to get to downtown Charlotte as it once was. Instead, I'm inclined to go through downtown Matthews. And I think to give people this option of Greylock Ridge and Independence Point Parkway may continue to push people away from downtown.
Well, again, I think it does merit further discussion, but I wouldn't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. So yeah, maybe we try this on a project or two and see how it works. And if there are other comments or questions for Becky or any of the staff? Commissioner Urban.
But as Becky pointed out, right now it's high level. I mean, to be able to talk to the county, you know, tickle their fancy, see what their thought process is. And the fact that the Sportsplex is right there, that's one of the boxes that gets checked with them. And if this is all high level discussion, I don't really see the harm at this level to sort of begin vetting this thing to sort of see where it can go. And they may come right out of the box and say, no, discussion ended. Or they may say, no, we see some objectives here that we could all win-win. So I would be supportive of that next step.
Okay, thank you. I see Commissioner Miller nodding his head. Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, and we're talking about the TIG, right? Because that's the one that Mecklenburg County, well, they know they'll get the money. So that's the one they ain't got nothing to lose but sit back and get money. I will be in favor of next step too as well. Just see what it's, because DOT is slow building those roads. So if we don't have some kind of plan that we can put some kind of infrastructure in place, we're going to be waiting for many, many years. But yeah, next step is good with me.
All right. Any other questions or comments or thoughts? Not seeing any. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I think, well, personally, I'm going to digest all of this information a little more, but as we just had that meeting with CATS and then are learning more about what NCDOT is planning. I wonder if this particular developer is understanding that all of these projects are in flux and that the Silver Line may not even go to the Sportsplex. And so I think that conversation needs to happen before he starts investigating tax incremental grants or financing.
Anybody on staff have a response to that thought?
I guess what I would say is I do think like us or CATS needs to make sure the Silver Line corridor is protected, and then how far. I mean, it is kind of, does the developer push back and say, oh no, there's no guarantees, but I do think that's got to be part of the discussion on development. But to me, this is independent. The road needs to be there, really, period, what happens to the Silver Line. So I'd say we can have them simultaneously, but the TIG is the road network right now. Unless Mayor Pro Tem's arguing, should we use some of the TIG money to build some of the Silver Line? And there's not enough there. There's not enough property tax that would make a difference.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that there's, especially in the Sportsplex area, there's a lot that's up in the air, and I wonder how much they're aware of, and then, you know, is that partnership interest still in place after knowing what may or may not happen?
My understanding, very high level, is that the developer is very much in connection and in conversation with CATS related to the corridor. And this does appear to have the intention of certainly preserving the corridor for the future Silver Line. But this is, I think they're looking to just be able to get the road network built regardless of whatever happens to that corridor with the Silver Line in the future.
Mr. Camp.
Yeah, I wanted to add that one of my major takeaways, Becky, was that there's so much more transparency involved here, and throughout the normal rezoning process, you know, developer says, look, I can't afford to foot the bill for this. You know, it's just not possible. The numbers don't work. As I understand it, the developer has to share a pro forma and provide some level of assurance to us that this isn't just a handout, that the numbers do not work. So we would be able to see their books to a degree, at least. And in comparison to rezoning, it's just, hey, look, it doesn't work. We got to do something different. So that gave me a lot more comfort. And thinking about some of these large projects that, like, I think the Ballantyne Reimagined is a $25 million TIG. So that project is much higher density. There's 20-floor residential buildings, but it does provide some comfort to know what's going on their books.
Yeah. So our next steps, if like there's at least, you know, general interest in continuing to consider it, would be, you know, Peter Zeiler has graciously offered to, you know, join the conversations early. So obviously he doesn't speak for the county board, but has a lot of experience in this, and can certainly speak to some of the things that the county would be likely looking for in anything that came their way. And so the first thing that we would do would be to reach back out to the developer and provide this kind of high level of, you know, we really see that it would probably have to make the connection to Greylock Ridge Extension as well as into the Sportsplex for it to really have any legs whatsoever. And any housing that went in there would have an affordability component, would be another thing that would be important. And, you know, if they're interested in continuing to go, then we'll do that. But that could, in theory, stop them right there. It may just be a much larger scale, you know, investment than what they thought they might be making to get something reimbursed back to them. So we'll continue that. Peter also talked about there are attorneys who specialize in these kind of agreements, that there's a couple different firms that they've worked with in the past successfully to work out all of the kinks and make sure that everyone knows, you know, all ends. So certainly there would be a number of conversations with this board again before anything was brought forward for final approval.
All right. Well, again, thank you, Becky, for bringing this before us again and teaching us a little bit. And so I guess we'll explore a little bit further and see what comes up.
Sure. We'll keep going.
Mr. Manager or Jay, do we have anything further on this section?
I don't.
Tonight? All right, let's take a break and we'll meet back at about 5 to 7.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank
Thank
you.
Good job.
All right, everyone, it is 6:56. Please start making your way back.
Oh, you're such a killjoy, Lori.
I know you're here. That makes me comfortable.
Hey, Lori,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to need you to put the proclamation up so I can read it when it comes
Okay.
that time.
All right. Jay Camp, are you on? I'll make sure Jade has that for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jeff, what's this birthday week stuff, man? Can't hear you. You're muted.
Thank you. My birthday is day after tomorrow, and Peggy's is this coming Monday, November 1st. So we've driven up to Banner Elk, and we're staying at a resort near Grandfather Mountain. But I didn't want the crew and our board to think that I was giving up on the town. So I'm in a rustic resort in flannel shirt, and today I was at Linville Falls and Linville Gorge and things like that. And that's it. I just didn't want the board to think I was giving up and quitting.
Well, enjoy your time up there. It's beautiful. God's country up there.
It's beautiful. You're right. And it's the turning of the leaves. So I'm really happy about it. It's beautiful.
Larry, can you turn your camera on? Okay, Mary, you may begin when you're ready.
Good evening. Welcome to our regular Matthews Board of Commissioners meeting for Monday, October 25th, 2021. I'd like to start with some introductions. Tonight we have with us Commissioner Dave Bland, Commissioner Jeff Miller, Commissioner Ken McCool, Commissioner John Urban, Town Manager Hazen Blodgett, Mayor Pro Tem Renee Garner, Town Attorney Charles Buckley, Commissioner Larry Whitley, Assistant
Mayor, if you can hear me, you might want to turn your video off.
Yeah, my internet's a little unstable. I don't know where I started.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner, do you want to take over the introductions?
I would be glad to, but I don't know where he left off. Did we cover all the commissioners? Thumbs up.
So, I believe so.
I think he's in the process of introducing Becky. That's what last time I heard.
Okay, Assistant Town Manager Becky Hawk. Lori, did he get to you? I was
Okay.
taking notes to know. Town Clerk Lori Canapino.
J Camp.
Okay, Jay Camp, Planning Department Director, and Chief Rob Kinnenberg, and our Communications Specialist Maureen Keith. Did that cover everybody? Oh, and Town Attorney Charles Buckley.
We got him.
Oh, okay. You get it twice tonight, Charlie.
I don't think you got Hazen.
Did that? Oh, Hazen, I'm sorry. And Town Manager Hazen Blodgett.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah, it's just real unstable. So Renee, be on guard. So once again, due to the spike of COVID-19 cases in the region and concerns regarding the Delta variant, this meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners will be conducted remotely. The mayor and commissioners will vote on each item by roll call vote, meaning each member will be polled to individually state their vote for the record and also asked to raise their hand to visually indicate their vote. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, the invocation from Commissioner Urban.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I always look for historical prayer with our founding fathers, and I think this one is aptly apropos because there's one gentleman of our founding of this nation who's being attacked to have one of his statues removed, and I think that would be terribly unjust in this society. So anyway, Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law, we may show forth thy praise among the nations on this earth. In this time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail, all of which we ask through you, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. President Thomas Jefferson, Washington, March 4th, 1801.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. As soon as we get our virtual flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Move on to the next agenda item, recognize First Responders Day. Jay, can you put this proclamation up, please? This is being presented to our Fire Chief, Rob Kinnenberg. In recognition of First Responders Day 2021, whereas professionals and volunteers, including law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency medical services, public works employees, 911 dispatchers, search and rescue teams, and other organizations in the public safety sector come together as first responders to protect and aid the public in event of emergency, and whereas first responders are our primary and best defense against all emergencies that threaten our communities, and whereas every day first responders risk their own safety to protect others, and whereas first responders are ready to come to the aid those in the town of Matthews around the clock, and whereas first responders show courage and selfless concern for others as they carry out their duties, and whereas first responders are highly trained, specialized workers who contribute their excellent skills for the public good, with many first responders providing their services voluntarily, and whereas members of first responder organizations undergo significant education and training and make personal sacrifices to achieve the expertise required to provide aid in emergency situations. Therefore, I, John F. Higdon, Mayor of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim October 28, 2021 as First Responders Day in the town of Matthews. I urge all citizens to commemorate this day, offer acts of kindness and appreciation for first responders, and provide them needed encouragement and support to confront the dangerous and uncertain situations they face every day. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the town of Matthews to be affixed this 25th day of October 2021. Rob, would you care to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of Chief Pennington and Public Works Director CJ O'Neill, we appreciate the support that we get from the town. First Responders Day came about after 9/11 to recognize the efforts of those who keep the homeland safe. So we appreciate you recognizing First Responders Day.
Thank you, Chief. We'll move on to an update on COVID. So Rob, you can continue.
Mayor and Council, this report is based on data provided by the county on October 20th. Cumulative case counts in Mecklenburg County were just over 155,000 with 1,245 deaths countywide. While the numbers are improving, we are still considered to be in substantial community spread with 117.9 cases per 100 and positivity rate of 7.3%. On October 20th, the 7-day average new case count was slightly over 200, and the 7-day average positivity rate was 7.6, with an average of only 187 people tested daily over the previous week. Only lab confirmed PCR tests are included in that data. Therefore, we feel that the number is slightly larger and does not represent the rapid tests. Hospital census is down to 213 from a high of 440 in mid-August. The new COVID case count over the last 2 weeks still tends to be among females in the 25 to 39-year-old age demographic. Over 50% of new cases are among 18 to 49-year-olds, as they have been for several months. And with those under 18 making up 29% of new cases and those over 50 making up 20%. Of the deaths over the last 14 days, 60% were those over 60, but 30% were those between 40 and 59. We've improved slightly on the vaccination front, with 61% of Mecklenburg County residents partially vaccinated and 57% fully vaccinated. The CDC, as you're aware, recommended booster shots. All 3 vaccine boosters are available, and residents can get those through Mecklenburg County or any of the local outlets. That ends my report. Again, things are moving in the right direction, albeit slowly.
You said the positivity rate was 7.3%, is that correct?
Yes, 7.3%.
I thought it had come down below that. Looks like it's hanging up there around 7, isn't it?
Yes. The goal is to get it below 5. I think in one of Hazen's emails to the council, the county manager is in charge of the mask mandate as the public health, as being over public health. We're still hoping to get below 4% and below 100 cases per 100,000 to think about lifting the mask mandate in Mecklenburg County.
Any questions for Chief Kinnenberg? Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
I don't have a question, but just as a general statement, StarMed has opened a drive-through facility in the parking lot of the Old Dollar Theater here in Matthews, where they'll do testing and vaccinations. And StarMed has also opened up vaccination appointments for after November 8th for children between 5 and 11 years old. So I have a lot of friends who are taking advantage of that, and anybody watching may want to know that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Commissioner Whitley?
Yes, also Mount Moriah is going to be hosting a booster shot for those 65 and older and those with underlying illness, as well as the 5 to 11-year-old first-time shots. Sometime a tentative date is November the 10th from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. But that we are partnered with Mecklenburg County Health Department. But that's November the 10th is our tentative date. And once they confirm that, but for what I understand, there will be no appointment needed. The first come, first serve.
Thank you, Reverend.
Any other questions or comments regarding COVID before we move on to the next agenda item? All right, seeing none, Mr. Manager, do we have any items to be added to the agenda tonight?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I understand we didn't have anybody pre-register in advance to make public comment, but people may make comments when appropriate without registering in advance. This is allowed only during this public comment on public hearing items. You may now indicate your desire to make a public comment by using Zoom's raise hand feature. Or if you're on a desktop mobile device, you can click raise hand. I'm sorry, you can click, lost my dial *9, sorry, to raise your hand. You'll be recognized by your telephone number. Once you're called on, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera. If you have one, state your name for the record. You will have up to 4 minutes to speak. So I'll ask Lori if we've had anybody take us up on this offer tonight to offer public comment.
No, sir.
All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 8, the consent agenda.
I make a motion that we accept consent agenda A through E, 1 through 6.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Whitley and a second by Commissioner McCool to accept the consent agenda. Take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner? Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Move on to unfinished business. Consider additional elements for the Hometown Holiday Special Event. Corey King and Leanne Moore. Corey?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Town Board. So after we discussed the additional events or changes to Hometown Holiday at the previous Town Board meeting, staff did move forward with talking to a couple of partners, the Matthews Chamber and also Red Brick, but then also exploring some options with some other vendors. I do believe we have developed a pretty good plan from conversations with those partners. And I guess at this point, wanted to really give this update, share with the board so that when we get to the event, everyone is certainly aware of what the plans are. And I guess from there, I'll hand it to Leanne to talk through the details.
All right. Thanks, Corey. One of the main additions, obviously, December 4th was our regularly scheduled lighting of the tree or the park, as the case may be now. But the main addition that we'll be having on December 3rd is a live concert on that particular Friday evening. It's going to be held up at the Green Space on Matthews Station Street, between the PNC Bank and then what I would consider the Beantown building on that green space. We'll put in a temporary stage, power source, lighting, and we will have a live concert from a group called Euphonic from 7 to 9 p.m. Euphonic plays a little bit of everything for several different ages. Coldplay, Blink-182, Stone Temple Pilots, Kinks, all that kind of stuff in their first set. And then their second set will be a tribute to U2. And so they will do an entire set of U2. So hopefully that will appeal to not only a set a little younger than me, but then also people who are familiar with U2 as well. So that'll be happening on December 3rd on Friday night. And then on Saturday, obviously the Chamber and Red Brick will be having their stroll that afternoon, and then from 3 to 5. And then we will move our lighting ceremony to Stumptown Park after their stroll is over. So we wanted to let them kind of have the spotlight from 3 to 5 and keep everybody engaged in Uptown. And then we'll move everyone at 5 o'clock until around 7 down to Stumptown Park, where we will not only light the center tree, but we will also light characters, bushes, flower beds, fun stuff all around the perimeter of the park during that time. And we will have what's very similar to the last hour of our tree lighting ceremony that usually is at Town Hall, will be happening down at the park. So we'll have caricature artists and face painters and that kind of thing for people to do once they're done with the stroll. And then we'll begin our hour-long ceremony and then light the park there by dusk. Obviously, then people can hang around a little longer, and our face painters and caricature artists and things will hang around a little longer as well. And so people can enjoy the park after it's dark. We'll have pyro, we'll have the snow machines, all that good stuff. So that will be happening on December 3rd and 4th. Adding some things there. And then I just made note that obviously these are the things that are already happening and that will continue to happen. With the Chamber, obviously they have their passport program, their scavenger hunt, and their gingerbread house contest. And then Parks and Rec will continue with all of their normal stuff, their nutcracker performances, sugar plum parties, breakfast with Santa. Melissa's adding a New Year's Eve activity for families on New Year's. And then the menorah lighting ceremony, which will also happen. So that is it.
Okay, thank you, Leanne. Are there any questions for Leanne or Corey, specifically from Commissioners McCool or Miller, who initially requested this? Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I had in my notes to ask, will there be any artificial snow or pyrotechnics? I didn't see it in the memo, but Leanne, did I hear you say there would be?
Yeah, we always have some at the tree lighting, which will now be the park lighting. So
Yeah.
I reached out to our pyro guys, and as long as they're available, they'll do something. We actually have more space to do something
Yeah.
a little more fun. Obviously, it can maybe be spread around the park more than the confined space that we have at Town Hall. And we do have a couple of snow machines, nothing crazy, no snow cannons, but our usual snow machines.
That'd be great. Those are the snow machines are the most popular item, and I thank you for arranging that very much.
Absolutely.
Commissioner McCool.
I just wanted to thank you guys for putting this on so last minute and making it happen. It's going to be great for the community. Hopefully we can add on to it year after year and turn it into something really special. So I thank both of you for your hard work on this.
Yes.
Thank y'all.
Absolutely. We very much do appreciate it. And I'll echo, and you heard me say it last time, but with the way maybe it's global warming or whatever, but there are children that are 3 and 4 years old that have never seen snow. And so just to see the artificial snow was really amazing. They really like that more than anything, but it sounds like a really jam-packed cornucopia of events. And so it's going to be a lot of fun. So I hope everybody can check out a lot of these things. So thank you again so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to item 9B, consider the Parklet program. Jay Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The memo you have before you this evening is pretty unchanged from what I shared a month ago, as is the Parklet, the the brochure that I created. The request this evening is for you all to give us the green light to move forward with advertising this program on the town's website to the business community. Should you greenlight the pilot program, we would move forward with developing a permit application and determine what fees would be if any of the parklets were to be privately maintained. But I am happy to answer any questions you all have at this time.
We go back to the gallery view.
Sure.
Is there any questions for Jay? Commissioner Miller?
I have a question about the illustrations. We may have to go back to the screen sharing where you show the parking spaces parallel, angled parking, etc. I have a question about that, where you had the pink highlights.
All right. Yes.
The diagonal parking in the bottom left, that reminds me of Macklemore Group if the checkerboard is a sidewalk. Is that correct? Or is that, I'm confused where that example is.
So this is a diagram that I found in several parklet programs that I researched from around the country. So this is a generic diagram that shows how the parklets would be situated with various ways that parking spaces are oriented. So in that example, there's a buffer area that's been left for car doors swinging open and things like that. They didn't want to put the parklet all the way up to the striped lines.
I guess what I don't understand is, it appears we're driving on the wrong side of the road there. What am I missing? If the angles were at the other.
I'm sorry. So this is a generic drawing. So it's just to indicate how the parklets could be laid out. It's not, I see what you're saying now.
Let's pretend they go down to the right and we're in front of the Macklemore Group or Stumptown Station, correct?
Correct.
Let's pretend they go the other angle because that was somewhat confusing to me. I would just suggest that if that's the case, couldn't we taper it off to the right since there are no further spaces? Or is, it confuses me because it appears to be on the wrong side of the road, but there's a bus turn lane and there is a right turn lane that leaves a triangle there. If we envision them going the other angle, that is dead space that could be curved around or added in addition to, in my viewpoint.
Right. So those are specifics we would get into if we received a request from that business owner. And the size of that area was dictated by the social distancing requirements in 2020 that really made the outdoor area much larger than it needed to be for Stumptown Station to have the number of seating areas that they needed.
So if the grid at the top is considered a sidewalk, those angled spaces should be bottom right, different diagonals is my example. And then the top left could be rounded out for a right turn lane.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Recently, the state passed a law allowing social districts. And so I'm wondering how this would work in conjunction with that, or if you feel like this would be, I mean, if we adopt a policy for social districts, would we still need a parklet program?
Yeah, so I've contemplated this as well. And of course, Darren's going to speak to you all about, Darren Hallman's going to speak about social districts later in the agenda. I think it may mitigate the need for any of these to be privately maintained, which Charlotte does have in their program. So it does allow for like leasing of the space for more exclusive use by a particular business. If the social districts were implemented, you could walk out of Stumptown and have a beverage in the parklet and you could cross the public sidewalk, you wouldn't need there wouldn't be the typical restrictions for defined seating areas that you typically have for a business with an ABC permit. So I think that they could actually serve as a complement if that's a direction that the board chooses to go with social districts in the future.
Good question.
Yeah, good question.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I have really unstable internet. Sorry about that. Any further questions for Jay?
Jeff, I see you have one.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but the recommended motion would be I'd like to make a motion to approve the pilot parklet program based on the memo of October 22nd from Jay Camp.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Urban. Yeah, I agree. I think these are great ideas. I'm seeing more and more and more of them. Just every city I visit's got these popping up. So
Mr. Unstable is frozen.
You want me to take over and do the roll call vote? Since we have a
Please do.
motion from Commissioner Miller and a second from Commissioner Urban. Dave Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
and I think I saw the mayor's eyes move. How do you vote, Mayor?
I vote yes. I gotta do it quick before I flash back off, but yeah, I vote affirmative.
And I also vote yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Renee. Just jump in if I freeze up. Again, I apologize. I have really poor internet connection here. We'll move on to the next item, receive information on ARPA spending prioritization process from Becky.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. So a lot of good information to share with you tonight, and hope for a little bit of guidance on kind of where we might go from here. So once again, I'm not able to see everyone on the screen. So if you have any questions, please feel free to interrupt. So we do have a new acronym. Like we didn't have enough already with ARPA, but we seem to have settled on ARPA for the American Rescue Plan Act. But we now have an additional acronym, the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, SLFRF. Basically, that is the pot of money within ARPA that is funding state and local governments like Matthews. So just a quick recap, a little bit of background to make sure that we're all on the same page. As of course, all of you know, the ARPA state and local fiscal recovery funds will provide just over $10.5 million to the town of Matthews that will be paid out in 2 tranches, approximately 12 months apart. So the town did receive their first tranche in August of this past year, and we expect to receive the remaining funds approximately 12 months from that date. So ARPA allows for funds to be allocated anytime between now and December 31st of 2024. So we do have a couple of years to really decide how we want to spend the funds. Not that we expect it to take that long, but in case we do need to have some additional consideration or conversations as we go along. And then the funds just need to be spent by December 31st, 2026. So really a long multi-year program that we have in front of us. So just as a reminder, the qualifying expenditures under ARPA fall into 4 primary categories. Those include supporting the public health response and addressing negative economic impacts caused by the pandemic, replacing public sector revenue loss if we have any per their calculations, premium pay for essential workers, as well as water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Stormwater is something that does fall under that last category. So again, a little bit of a recap. So Treasury issued interim final rules back in May. And those interim final rules were meant to provide broad guidance to start to think about eligible programs, projects, and services. But certainly in some ways there were more questions than answers with some of the information that was provided in that interim final rule. Treasury did ask for public feedback on the interim final rule, which they received thousands of comments from across the country. And final rule does remain pending at this time. At this point, folks from the school government and the league are saying maybe by the end of this calendar year, but at this point, we really don't know. So to try to balance that delay in the final rule, Treasury did come out last month and say, hey, good news, if you want to start spending money under interim final rule, then so long as how you are spending the funds is in alignment with what is allowed under interim final rule, essentially they will hold localities harmless and you would be okay to spend those dollars regardless of what ended up coming out in the final rules. Basically, they were wanting to encourage localities to start to get the money out the door, so to speak. So that all sounded great, and everyone started kind of gearing up to move in that direction. And then just last week, to throw another little bit of a monkey wrench into things, the US Senate passed a bipartisan bill that would give localities an intense amount of flexibility to spend their ARPA allocation on infrastructure if they wanted to. So how it is written right now, it would allow up to 30% or $10 million, whichever is greater. So in our case, if we wanted to, we could spend up to $10 million of the ARPA funds on infrastructure if this bill were to become law. So it still has a number of additional steps ahead of it, including it needs to be passed by the House of Representatives, of course, signed into law by the president. But if it were approved, it could really be a game changer in terms of how Matthews might want to at least consider spending some of its funds. Obviously, the board has talked about at least the 1.5 million towards affordable housing, if not more. But at least for the rest of the funds, it could really change the conversation in terms of the types of projects that might be allowed. If approved, they do expect it would then be an additional 60 days before Treasury were to issue final rules on what exactly they mean by allowable infrastructure. But when you put all of that together, that means that we might now be looking at actual final clarity on how to spend all of the ARPA dollars. May not be until sometime into the 2022 calendar year, hopefully sometime in the first quarter. So where does that leave us? There is clearly a lot of fluidity around eligible uses. And so when you look at that, still waiting on final rule, certainly this potential for loosening of the strings related to infrastructure, combine that with the available spending period that we have through 2024 to decide how to spend the money. What we are recommending at this point is what we would consider a phased approach for how to figure out how this money will best benefit our community. So under this phased approach, we would continue working on what we call priority projects, with affordable or attainable housing being number one. And then the potential to also be working on a premium pay program if the board was interested in hearing more about that in phase one. And I'll get to that in a little bit more detail in a moment. And then we would wait until phase two, especially once we had all of the information on all of the allowable uses, to allocate the remaining funds that are not a part of phase one. So how might that work? Under phase one, with affordable and attainable housing, of course, as I mentioned, and as you know, you previously earmarked at least $1.5 million for affordable and attainable housing. So basically, we know we're moving forward with some type of affordable housing program in the town of Matthews with at least a portion of these funds. So we are continuing to work and push. We're working with the League of Municipalities. The Metro Mayors Coalition has been very helpful, as well as the school government, to help determine how do we have the program justification in place to make sure that our data is justifying that expense. And that is really, again, due to the fact that we don't currently have any qualified census tracts within the town. And so we do have to, according to the folks that we've talked to, we do have to go through this extra step to make sure that we have all the documentation in place to still do an affordable housing program with the ARPA funds. So now with this guidance related to the community housing needs assessment, we have reached out to the Urban Institute as a potential partner to provide that study or that assessment for us, and we'll bring that back to the board just as soon as we have more information on what the cost would be, what the scope of the work is, all of that good stuff. And of course, there will also be quite a bit of additional work that the board will be involved in related to what type of affordable or attainable housing programs or projects you all are interested in. So essentially, how do you want to put that $1.5 million or more to good use within the community? Kind of the more we learn about affordable housing, the more it's clear that there are many, many different ways that you can apply these dollars. And so figuring out what's best for us. An area that we would also like the board to consider in phase one, if you're open to it, would be the potential of a premium pay program. So we would like to start developing a proposal for a premium pay program that would provide additional compensation to certain eligible town employees that are defined within the interim guidance. Of course, as you know, many of our employees have worked through some or all of the pandemic in positions that put them at greater risk of exposure to COVID, and that risk does continue today. The potential added benefit of a premium pay program moving forward with it sooner rather than later is we are becoming more aware and are continuing to research some issues that we may be having with competitiveness in our pay plan. And a premium pay program could be an opportunity to provide a bit of a solution or to close that gap until we're able to get to a more permanent solution in future budget years, most particularly 2024. So where we would look to aim a program if we were to start to put it together now is that we would be able to look back essentially to the beginning of the pandemic all the way to March of 2020. And would have a time period that would extend through June of 2023 to again address some of those pay concerns. And as designed, we would not bring anything forward that cost more than $1 million. If anything, it would be less than that. That would be our kind of internal cap of how it would be structured. But if this is not something that the board is interested in considering as part of phase one, that is okay. We understand. We would then just roll it into our phase two approach and have it be considered then. But given that we do have folks, who have been working throughout the entire pandemic and all of that continues, ideally, we would like to at least try to put something together sooner rather than later if the board is supportive of that. So under this phased approach, so of course, we're working on affordable housing. We may or may not be working on premium pay, depending on the disposition of the board. We would be working on those two while we waited for final guidance, waited for the Congress to figure out what they're doing related to infrastructure expenditures. Once we have all that information, we would enter into phase two, which would allow the board to then determine how else to allocate the rest of the funds. So there is a proposed process, very high level, but that has been put together of what that process could look like in phase two. But we would not expect that process to commence until sometime in 2022. So I can certainly go over that process that we're proposing in phase 2 if the board wants, but at the end of the day, what we are really looking for is just feedback on the board's interest in a phased approach, and if a phased approach is followed, if there's interest in considering premium pay within phase 1 or not, and then that planned outline for phase 2. So with that, I'm going to stop. That is a lot of information at once, and can certainly go over phase 2 if the board wants, but wanted to at least pause here and kind of open up and sort of see where everyone is and what the desire is of sort of where do we go from here.
All right. Any questions or thoughts? Commissioner McCool.
I guess my question is, and maybe this is the wrong time for the discussion, is I know Commissioner Whitley and I have talked about wanting to add more money to the affordable housing part of it. I guess what is this the appropriate time to talk about that, or do we put that, is that what you're viewing as a phase 2 approach, is adding more money to that at phase 2 and just say 1.5 for phase 1? And maybe some clarification there.
Sure. So really what we're saying with this is whether it ends up being 1.5 million, 3 million, pick a number, that we know that the board wants to move forward with affordable housing. And we know from the guidance that we've received from the School of Government that we need to do some additional analysis on our community, on our housing market, to have the documentation in hand to justify that program. And that's going to take a little bit of time. But completing that documentation really has no bearing on the amount of money that you ultimately put towards affordable housing. Whether you were putting $1 towards it or all 10 million, you're going to need that documentation. So because we know that the board has an interest in affordable housing, we know it's going to be a part of ARPA to whatever level it ultimately ends up at. This board will, of course, ultimately decide that. We can continue to move the ball forward on getting that documentation in hand while we're waiting for final guidance. So we don't feel like the conversation needs to happen right now related to 1.5 million versus 3 versus any other number. We know enough that it's going to happen that we can keep moving with it while we wait for these other things to fall into place. We do feel like, given what's happening at the federal level related to infrastructure, that is a big game changer as far as allowed uses, to be able to use it for streets, presumably multi-use paths, sidewalks. That may be really important information to make sure that it's on the table once the board ultimately decides how to allocate the full 10.5. But at the end of the day, that's up to this board.
Really quick follow-up, I guess, we had a conversation a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago, where, we were like, do not allocate any money. Absolutely not. There was, tension there. And so now here we are. And I guess maybe this is a question, not to staff, but to the board, is when can we have the discussion to set aside more money? Because I know for myself and Reverend Whitley, the 1.5 is not suffice for our views for what we want to do. And so I guess from here on out, where does that go?
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Since Ken is asking the board, I think before we have a conversation about how much we're going to spend on affordable housing, I'd like to talk more about what our goal is with affordable housing. Because if we spend 1.5 million, that could go quickly in towards a development. It would go further if we were purchasing land to partner with Habitat. And so I feel like there's a bigger conversation we need to have to define our goals and how we see the town fit in the affordable housing sector before I personally and I could say that I'm comfortable allocating more towards affordable housing. I think that's important. But before we give a number, I think we could probably say let's give all 10 million to affordable housing, but without having some parameters in place, we would spend that in no time. If we have a goal and parameters in place, then we could say, okay, this is an appropriate number for that. And I think, as we were in a broader sense, as we were talking about this initially, how are we going to spend this money? The more I think about it, the more I look at stormwater projects and affordable housing and premium pay, without even touching those infrastructure projects, we could spend all $10 million fairly easily. And as a third point, to go to Becky's question, personally, I feel like the premium pay is really important, and it is one of the original intentions of this money to go back into the community and support the people who have been working through COVID and sacrificing a lot. And so I would like to see that as part of phase one.
Is there a way we could get a 5:30 meeting on the books to kind of talk about what Renee just said when it comes to affordable housing? I think that discussion is a 5:30 discussion and not a now discussion. That's just my perspective.
We can certainly get it scheduled. I think part of the issue that we're dealing with is we're learning at the same time as everybody else. So a lot of this is, we're making connections, we're having conversations, and we would want to make sure that we had the right people at the table to be able to guide the board in having informed conversations about what are all the options. So there is a possibility that the housing needs analysis really informs that conversation. The original proposal from the Institute, one that we had previously, really spent a lot of time of like, what does the community really need that can help with that conversation, whether the board wanted to wait for those study results to then build off of there or not. That's really up to you.
Becky, apologies if you've already answered this, but my internet's been cutting off and on intermittently, so I'm hearing about half of your conversation. With regard to the housing needs analysis documentation, when do we expect that we will have that completed?
So we need a proposal first. So Jay and I, back the planning that we had pre-COVID, affordable housing came up then. We did have conversations with the Urban Institute at that time and did have a proposal for a very comprehensive needs analysis that they said would take about 6 months to complete. Have reached back out to them, asking them to update that number, make sure that that's an up-to-date quote with that scope of work, but then also asking them for an alternative proposal that is a little bit pared down, that would be a reduced scope, presumably a reduced cost, maybe more targeted to what we're trying to accomplish with ARPA. But what kind of impact that might have on their timeline for completion, I couldn't say at this point in time.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, thank you, Becky, for clarity. I know we've been having a time trying to find out how we can spend some of this money, but I want to first thank you for your patience. I know it's been hard. I was on the affordable home myself and John Urban and you of the week, and it was a lot to intake in that 2-day session. But I think what you've laid out and staff have laid out in your 3 prioritized affordable homes, infrastructure, and incentive, I think those are all good. In light that they have divided our 10.5 million in two segments, and we've already got half. I would like to see us entertain all 3 of those at each phase. This first half, and then the second, pick up the second half. With the incentive, I'm very, very much for incentive for our employees, but I'm also much forward to those who are vaccinated. Now, they have stepped out and got vaccinated so they can protect the people that they're working with. But I certainly want to make sure that the rest of the employees, before we give them incentive, that they are vaccinated. I think the ones that've been vaccinated should get an incentive first before we give it to those who have not. But I think all 3 are great prioritized And we are welcome when they're at the meeting that we can come and talk about how we want to divide the funds up.
Commissioner Whitley, thank you for reminding me that you, Commissioner Urban, and Becky did attend an affordable housing seminar, and I'm glad somebody from this board was able to do it. I wanted to do it, it couldn't fit into my schedule, but that's all great information that we need to bring back. Yeah, I'll just reiterate, and again, I apologize, I missed part of the conversation, but I think premium pay is very important. I'm concerned that the pay of some of our workers have fallen down into the lower echelon of like communities around here. And if there's something we can do in the interim before we can get their pay up more, then I'm all for using some of this money for premium pay for our employees. Are there other questions or comments before my internet cuts off again? Okay.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I'd just like to recap. I'm having internet problems too. So the way I see it is staff is going to push hard on ULI for affordable housing. And I think there's two components. One is a kind of a needs assessment, but what can they do quickly related to full affordable housing? And as Becky's mentioned, we don't have these qualified census tracts, so we can our bar is a little bit higher than others, and see how quickly we can get ARPA standards met using ULI or maybe somebody else. And we can work on that. And then of course the premium pay, we can push on that too. And then it does sound like with the infrastructure, we're really at the mercy of final rules, which I think, first quarter of 22 may be optimistic, but we can push on all those. And is that what the timeline the board had in mind? Is the board comfortable with what I just said?
I'll say that I am, and I see a few other heads nodding, so I think so. If anybody got some thumbs up there, so yeah, that sounds good. I suspect for no other reason, for political reasons, this money is going to suddenly free up before there are elections in 2022, probably. So I think it will free up, and I think some of and it should. We had this big crisis. We got a lot of money, and then it's just sitting in a bank, not really helping anyone except the bankers. So we need to get that money and spend it for the community.
Mayor, can I bring up a point, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I think the initial decision tree or the first fork in the road for affordable housing is apartment building versus single family homes, or multifamily versus single family. Habitat for Humanity does a good job with single family, and most people enjoy single family more so than apartment living or high-rise living, even if it's built into a hillside along 485 or whatever it is. I just want to point that out to the board that is the initial discussion. And if you want to see what single family affordable housing looks like, just come back to me after I roll off the board and I'll show you.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Any further comment on this item before we move on?
This is my turn again.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
All right, I'm sorry. I probably should just let Renee run the rest of the meeting. I think if I cut out one more time, I'm going to do that because this is terrible. I'd like to say that Commissioner Whitley and Mayor Pro Tem Garner and myself had the opportunity to meet with Steve Strauss from Developmental Associates. And this is a consultant that we're considering hiring to help us in our search to replace Mr. Blodgett when he leaves in March. And you all know
All right, Renee, take it over.
Mayor, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, I don't know where I dropped off, but I was saying I'm typically not real keen on hiring consultants, but in this case, Developmental Associates, the last 3 hires they've helped the town with are Becky, Chief Kinnenberg, and Clark Pennington. So I think we've gotten some really good employees from this firm. So before I break up again, and Renee, why don't you run the rest of the meeting from here on out? We've got a few more items, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Strauss to make a presentation.
Okay,
That sounds
thank
good.
you. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all again. It was my pleasure to talk with the Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioner Whitley last week, and looking forward to sharing our process with you all. I think what you would like to hear is a description of our process. And I'm glad to do that. In fact, it's embedded in the proposal that I sent you all. And I will pull it up and put it on screen so you can follow. Hold on just a minute. Here we go. And this starts on page 8 of the materials that I sent you, if you'd like to look at your own copy. So first of all, let me begin by saying that our job is not to make any decisions for the town of Matthews. All these decisions are the commissioner's decisions to make. Our approach is to try to get you the best information so you can make the most informed decisions possible. And I think you'll see that in how we lay out this process. We begin with a job and organizational analysis. That means we would need to, actually, first of all, we would have a meeting with you all to do 2 things. Number 1, set dates for each step in the process. We want to go ahead and get all this on your calendar so that this is all moving smoothly and everyone knows when to expect next steps, particularly not only the commissioners, but also candidates. We want to provide excellent service to them. But we would meet with you all and get a good understanding of, we would finalize the schedule. And we would also want to get your input as to what you see as the biggest challenges facing the town. You know, for example, I've just been listening to you all with an interesting discussion about affordable housing. That may be one of the key priorities you might have for the next town manager. But I'd want to hear about others as well. I'd recommend meeting with department directors, and also when you have an outstanding manager retiring, we always want to talk with the manager as well, and in this case, get Hazen's input. We can also get feedback from the community, and we through surveys, or if you'd like, we can meet with a key group or 2, and also we can send surveys to the rest of the town organization. So folks that don't get to participate in the focus groups or can't make it can provide input in that fashion. Once we get that input, we then go to step 2, which is we develop our recruitment plan. That would include submitting to you an attractive electronic brochure. You all would finalize that, make any revisions you'd like for us to make. We would then use that as a basis for recruitment. We would also post the job on key professional websites, as you can see here listed. We would also post the job on social media, use some listservs that we're connected to in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. And we would also, I think the town uses NeoGov for your candidates applications. We do too, and it has a side benefit of getting the word out nationally to other candidates who are interested in government jobs. We recruit for about 30 days. And by the way, understand an election's coming up. The timing of this, I think, is really perfect to take into account a new board. We could begin that recruitment early in November, recruit through early December, and then with the new boards in place, we can involve them in the screening processes, which I'm about to describe. After a 30-day recruitment, we then would send you the information we have on candidates. As I mentioned to the board, one of the impacts of the pandemic that we've been observing is we have fewer candidates than we normally do. And candidates are taking positions a lot quicker. So we really think it's important to have a tight schedule. So we would submit all the applications to you, give you about 3 days or so to review them. Then we'd have a screening meeting. By the way, all this would be done virtually. You would have access to all the applications, cover letters, resumes. We'd also produce for you a spreadsheet that lays out how well the candidates seem to fit what the town is looking for, including, by the way, we would do a Google search on all the candidates and share links to all the articles on the candidates, as well as a brief little summary. But you have that link, and you can go in and read the articles yourselves to find out any public information about those candidates. We'd ask you during that first screening meeting to reduce the number of candidates down to no more than 15. Those folks would then go through an intensive secondary screening process that takes about 2 weeks. Our team that would be working with you all is diverse, as I mentioned in my preliminary presentation. We're diverse in many respects, males and females. We would have people of color as well as Caucasians participating in the process. And we also are diverse in terms of our backgrounds. We have our senior consultants are all practitioners who have been very successful executives in local government and have retired. And as well as ourselves, our background is more academic, although all of us have also worked in the real world for a while as in management ourselves. So we would have one of our senior consultants. In this case, it would be either Joe Durham or Jan Jackson, both African-American, both retired local government executives. And they would conduct the screening interviews with the candidates, structured questions, structured rating criteria, also probe into any questions that you may have generated about particular candidates during your initial screen. We would also administer an electronic survey to candidates. We have a different person on our staff assess those. Those essays tend to look at how candidates have gone about key accomplishments during their careers. We have a different person conducting each one because one of the tendencies we all have is first impression biases, where we develop a reaction to a candidate, either positive or negative. So if you're interviewing the candidate, you walk away with either a positive or negative reaction to that candidate. It's tough to get an individual to change their perspective once they've formed it on a candidate. So we like to have different people conducting the assessment of candidates so that you're getting independent perspectives on each one. We would then, again, that takes us about 2 weeks. We would then meet with you again, share the results of those interviews and electronic surveys. Again, ask you all to reduce the number of candidates, this time down to no more than 5. Those folks would then go through, go through 2 processes. Number one, they would all take the emotional intelligence inventory, which is described for you on page 12 of your materials. These are all the factors that that instrument looks at. Obviously, when you're assessing somebody for a key position like this, you're interested in how aware they are of their strengths and weaknesses and their orientation towards professional development, their self-confidence, confidence, their commitment to their work, how well they can work with others in terms of being independent or being able to resolve conflicts effectively, their ability to engage effectively with others and solve problems mutually, how well they go about problem solving, and last of all, their response to stress, both in terms of how they internally handle it and how they convey that to other people. Best candidates typically are those that can convey a more optimistic attitude about stressful situations. So when you're evaluating a candidate, you're not just looking at emotional intelligence, but it's a big part of it. The research shows that candidates that are strong on emotional intelligence get 30 to 40% more productivity and morale from their staff than those that are lower on emotional intelligence. You're also concerned about technical competency. What we would do is design, as you see here at step 6, skill-based exercises to assess the candidates. Now, let me just explain a little bit about this. The traditional hiring process relies on 3 methods. Number 1, you look at resumes and assess the candidates through their resumes or applications. That's important because it helps to sift through the candidates in terms of who have the relevant background. But word of caution, you don't know anything about the candidate's ability to actually do the job just because their resume looks good. They could have held really key positions and not been an effective manager. References are another source, and we certainly believe in checking references. We certainly believe in checking resumes, but references can be a little bit spotty. Sometimes folks are reluctant to provide references. When they do, sometimes they're only going to give you limited information. And sometimes you have to question the motives of the person providing references. So that's not a great source of information about candidate competencies either. So what do most organizations do? They rely on interviews. We believe in interviews as well. They would have gone through an intensive screening exercise through an interview. Also, all of you, when you get down to your final 2 or 3 candidates, the commissioners are going to want to interview and bring those candidates in and interview them. So interviews are a critical part of our process. But what we don't believe in is only using interviews to assess candidate competencies. Any method that you use to evaluate candidates has strengths and limitations. The strength of an interview is that you can directly observe the candidate's oral communication skills, their knowledge, and if you use situational questions, you can assess their judgment. You cannot, in an interview, assess candidate leadership skills. You cannot assess in an interview candidate writing ability. You cannot assess their ability to make a presentation or to run a staff meeting. They may say all the right things, doesn't mean they can do all those things. So what we wanted to do, again, in the interest of providing you with the best information to make the most informed decision, we would design exercises that would simulate the key challenges that a manager has to carry out every day or week of their managerial lives. Exercises like a presentation, where we, in many cases, will do something like actually draw from the town budget, provide them with some sort of a budgetary challenge, have them do the analysis, and then have them make a presentation on that. We invariably will have an exercise where we want to see how they can deal with staff. So as opposed to talking about it like you would in an interview, we actually provide them with some background information on someone acting as a department director. And they have to actually sit down with that person and work out those issues, and we can directly observe conflict resolution, problem solving, listening, and interpersonal skills. We very often have them running a simulated staff meeting or community meeting, and always have them take some sort of an initiative that the town wants to undertake and have them put their plan together for how they would do that in writing. The way we assess these is we involve folks that don't have a stake in terms of who gets the position, but who have excellent expertise. For the most part, that means getting other local government managers who will come in and by the way, we can also involve some community members if you'd like to do that. We typically like to have 3 to 4 folks per exercise. We run our process over a 2-day time period. The first morning, we train assessors on how to carry out our process and on their exercises. Very important piece of this is on objective behavioral evaluation of candidates, keeping opinions out. We don't want them sifting through with their opinions or filtering their views with opinions. We want to give them to give you objective behavioral feedback. And then that afternoon and through the early afternoon of the next day, and we always do this on a Thursday, Friday for a manager because assessors and managers have commitments, particularly for board meetings on Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesday nights. So by mid-afternoon on Friday, you would go into a closed session And then we would have each team of assessors come in one at a time, share their results with you all, and be available to answer any questions that you might have. When they have finished, one of our psychologists will explain the emotional intelligence inventory and how it cross-validates with the results of the assessment center exercises in order to give you more confidence in terms of the results that you're getting, or to raise some questions that may come up that you may want to ask your top couple of folks in your final interviews. We really recommend scheduling your final interviews very quickly thereafter, ideally the next week, no later than the week after that. And during that debrief session, after the assessors have left, you should be able to identify your top 1, 2, 3 candidates that you're interested in and bring them in for final interviews and make your decision, a conditional offer of employment. And then at that point, we would facilitate with you, if you'd like, a background investigation, an FBI type background investigation on criminal history, financial history, and extended reference checks as well, and have that reported back to you. So that's the process. It typically, again, we've got the holidays that may impact us a little bit. But I also think that we can move fairly expeditiously around the holidays, given the timing of things now. And but it tends to be about a 60 to 65 day process to get you to the point where you know who you want to conduct your final interviews with. So I'm guessing you all have some questions, so I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
All right, I'm back with a different internet provider, so we'll see if I'm a little more stable. A little unstable anyway, but are there any questions? Before we go to questions, I just want to say that Hazen did us a great justice by giving us 6 months advance notice. You know, he could have said, mic drop, I'm leaving, see ya. He's given us 6 months to hire someone, and shame on us if we squander this time we have. So I'm a little concerned with the holidays coming up that, you know, we're going to be pushing it up against the deadline of when Hazen leaves. Ideally, I think it'd be great if we could hire our new manager and have them work with Hazen for a spell before Hazen left. But in any event, the town manager is the most important job we have in the town. It's the person who runs the town. It's the town attorney and town manager are the only ones that report to this elected board. So we have to do the interviewing, and I think this would be developmental associates and Steve would be a great help. Also, I think someone would really have to want this job to go through that process. You're gonna have some really good candidates. I talked to Clark Pennington, our police chief, of course, and he was telling me how comprehensive this process is. So I think we would get some really good candidates at the end of the day. So I'll shut up and ask if there's any questions for Steve. Commissioner Whitley?
I know it's in the book and I read it, but what's the price, Steve?
Yeah, there are a couple of variable fees, but the base fee is $21,500. There could be up to $1,250 additional charge, so a maximum fee of $22,750. Those additional charges include the administration and analysis of the emotional intelligence inventory. And we will also provide a coaching session to either the successful candidate, and if there are any internal candidates that are not successful, we'll also provide coaching to them, and that's $250 per person. So around $22,750 would be the maximum fee.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, I feel you've done an exceptional job in our town with the addition of our police chief, our fire chief, and our assistant town manager. I'm going to be rolling off the board, but I will go on record stating that the next board should seriously consider promoting Becky Hawk to the town manager. because she is the most qualified. And then, Mr. Strauss, you can search out the best candidate for assistant town manager. As Reverend Whitley would say, why? Well, thank you for asking. Because during a time of transition of a new board and a lot of people rolling off, continuity would be best for the town of Matthews.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Are there any questions or comments or motions for me to entertain or enter into a contract with Mr. Strauss on behalf of this board? Commissioner Miller.
I'll make a motion to authorize the mayor to sign a contract to hire the search firm Developmental Associates for the recruitment of personnel.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Miller, a second by Commissioner Whitley. Is there any additional discussion?
I like to just say, for those who are watching, Steve reminded me back in 1992 when I was a very young state trooper, a sergeant. I attended a class called AOMP, Officer Management Training at North Carolina State. I know you like that, John, Mayor, North Carolina State. And Steve was my professor there. I had forgotten that until he reminded me when we met again. But I must have did pretty good. He passed me, so thank you, Steve.
Wow.
You've overcome a lot, Commissioner Whitley, to survive that class. That's great.
Thank you. That was a hard class.
It was great reconnecting with you, and I keep tending to want to call you Sergeant Whitley, so I'm really fighting that tendency.
Any further discussion on the motion? I'll call the vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Mr. Whitley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. We look forward to working for you. We'll get you started with the paperwork here shortly. Thank you, Mr. Strauss.
That sounds great. Thank you all. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Move on to the next item under two business. Consider review process for disposition of town-owned property 122 Matthews Station Street. Mr. Camp.
All right, thank you. Let me pull this up. And I do have to say I'm excited about the concert on December 3rd. I'm a U2 fan, so I guess the second half of that show is going to be for me. That was exciting to hear from Leanne earlier. All right, so the memo here before you is really just to talk about the overall process of potential disposition of this property. I know we had some questions that arose at the last meeting about what this process would even look like. And as you've seen on the agenda, we do have a proposal from another developer that sent a letter of intent on the property. Charlie and I did sort of briefly have a phone conversation about what this looks like before he was out of the office. And this is basically going back to the establishment of Matthews Station, the development agreement, and the establishment of the covenants that are in play, that are still in effect today. And essentially, we have a framework that's existed for about the past 20 years or 21 years. And I've given you all an overview of like kind of how we got here a couple of times. So all that sort of contained in the memo. But just to bring you up to speed, property did appraise for $250,000. The framework that's in place requires the town to sell the property for a minimum of appraised value. And similar to our rezoning process, there is an approval of site plan, elevations, and conditions that are associated with the sale of each property. And something that's also interesting is anytime there are major changes to buildings within Matthews Station, the board also has approval of that. So when Pizza Peel went in and made the modification to that front building, that was something your board also approved too. What I've laid out on the following page, you all may have had a moment to look at this, and I emphasize all dates are subject to change here. What I'm trying to lay out here is this is probably your 3 or 4 month process. You know, with the election coming up and the holidays, for your board to adequately review any proposals before you. Look at the site plans, give staff time for review. Excuse me. This is a process that's going to play out over several months. So again, this is just, we've got developer B you're going to have sort of a first look at, and I'm calling them developer B. We'll give you a formal introduction here in just a moment. But we have another developer that's approached us. We look at this as an opportunity for you to evaluate each proposal if you so choose. But that is something that we see lapsing into the next council, potentially, just given the short amount of time that this current board's working with. These processes do not play out very quickly, like a zoning site plan approval would. And as Charlie, we went over this, a public hearing needs to occur to announce the sale of the property. So that's one of the final steps after the board's already potentially approved a development agreement, looked at elevations, approved site plans, development conditions. That's when you would hold a public hearing. You have a final vote to sell the property to the selected developer. There had been some discussion, I believe it was later last year, earlier this year, about a public input process. And that is something that had just kind of fallen on the wayside. If along the lines, the board wanted to sort of insert a public meeting to discuss this property and potential uses for it, to kind of look at what the proposals are and what other uses may work on the site, that's also something that we could add to this example timeline right here. But with that, I'll stop sharing screen and happy to answer any questions you have this evening.
Are there any questions for Jay regarding this process? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to the next item.
Go
ahead, Jay.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Garner had her hand up.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead, Renee.
I know I'm harping on this, but when Lat Purser came to us in July of 2020, we unanimously agreed to discuss an overall vision for the lot. And we did that briefly in a 5:30 meeting, but not to the point where we came to a decision. Jeff and I discussed it back and forth in the following meeting about whether we follow the plan that's been in place for 20 years, but realizing that we agreed to that, or understanding that we agreed to that unanimously, and then followed up with Lat Purser as the meeting minutes go, explaining that we were going to have a vision process for the lot. I feel like we owe it to ourselves to keep our word on that. And so somewhere in that timeline, I would like to see a visioning process with some sort of better understanding, or coming out of it with a board majority agreement on what that looks like.
I want to press you a little bit on that, Mayor Pro Tem Garner. What exactly are you looking for?
I think that there are a lot of needs in the downtown footprint, and before we start selling off property, I think that we need to understand what those needs are and how they're going to be met, and if we have the space to meet them. And I think that in my mind would let's look at the options before we I don't want to say settle, because it's not settling, but before we agree to something, I think, once it's sold, it's too late to go back and say, oh, that would have been great property for use X.
All right. Is there any other comment or follow-up to Mayor Pro Tem Garner's comment? Not seeing any. Still something we can certainly consider. Jay mentioned adding that to the timeline, so we can look at that. Jay, you want to go on to the next item and introduce Mr. Howell?
Sure, happy to. As I mentioned, we have another development group that sent a letter of intent for 122 Matthew Station Street. Tonight with us, we have Gant Howell, who's brought a development team to us. He's with, I believe, Coldwell Banker. And Mr. Howell, if you'd like to, go ahead and I'll turn the mic. You can unmute yourself and introduce your group. And I believe you'll be sharing your own screen for your presentation. Is that right?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. So, let's see. So, good evening, Mayor, members of the board, staff. Appreciate the time that you're taking with us tonight to meet the development team B. We are here, and we appreciate that. We have submitted a letter of intent for the property, the vacant municipal land on Matthews Station Street, and wanted to present our proposal right now, our proposed development and the team. Proposed development, we're looking at about 15 to 16,000 square feet of mixed use building that would include office, retail, and restaurant space. So with that, I'm going to introduce the team and shared screen, and we'll go from there. So if I can find my screen.
Mayor, before the petitioner continues on its route, I'd like to ask Attorney Buckley. One of the commissioners is an architect and is working with another group, John Urban. I guess my question would be, does Commissioner Urban need to recuse himself, or what's the legal advice Mr. Buckley would give us?
Well, I've got to think about that one just for a second. Tonight is just a proposal by this particular developer. Commissioner Urban just needs to disclose that he is the architect for a developer team that has also submitted a proposal. But he would not be entering into any contracts tonight that would benefit himself or anybody that he's doing business with. He simply would be deliberating, possibly, and listening. I don't think there'll be a vote on selection of any of the developers tonight. He certainly has an interest that he needs to disclose to the public, but I don't know that he needs to recuse himself. Good question, Mr. Manager.
Commissioner Urban, would you like to disclose your?
Yeah, that's fine, Charlie. That seems very reasonable. Yeah, I mean, my office has been representing what we'll call as Development Team A in this exercise, and I don't see that there's any deliberations going to take place tonight or any votes. The way that Jay has his schedule made out, it looks like we won't be talking about this until probably January or the later first quarter of 2022.
Okay, we can proceed with the presentation now. Thank you.
All right, great. Are you able to see my screen at this time?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Want to introduce to you the development team. And first is Dr. Adam Shapiro. He is a practicing foot and ankle surgeon in the area. He is also a developer. He's developed over 100,000 square feet of office commercial space in the area. Next would be Mr. Frank Chiavelli. He is the CEO of FS Food Group here in Charlotte. He is a prominent force in the Charlotte restaurant scene for almost 30 years. He operates over 12 restaurants in the Carolina, and all of them have their own unique concepts. Next is Tim Finian with Peden Finian. Peden Finian has over 30 years of combined experience in commercial, residential, hospitality, and industrial sectors. Experience in projects in the area, including Baxter Village and Afton Ridge. So with that, I'm going to pass it over. And Dr. Shapiro, are you on there?
I am. Can you see me or?
Can't see, but we can hear you perfectly.
Now you've muted.
I have. Okay, there we go. I apologize. I had a power outage at the office, and I'm now calling from my minivan here. So forgive me. I guess I'm the captain of Team B, I guess, or the B team. We're excited to hopefully receive approval for this project. I think that we bring a lot to the town of Matthews, and I'm excited that that I'm partnering with Frank Schiavelli, who is a great restaurateur. We're hoping that we can really add something to the flavor of what's happening there, and Gant just knew that we were interested in Matthews and happened to bring this Matthews Station site to our attention, and that's really how this all began. So I just want to thank you all for your consideration.
And what you're seeing here on the screen right now are some of the examples of some of Dr. Shapiro's developments. So, and with that, we'll introduce Frank Schiavelli of FS Food Group. Frank, you there?
There we go. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to present our case. As I've been doing, been in the restaurant business for just about 30 years. I've liked the Matthews market. We've had a couple of different opportunities. I had started and sold a concept called Bad Daddy's Burger Bar. We tried to do something and unfortunately never were able to do something. So I love the location. I love all the growth and exciting projects that are happening around Matthews. So we'd like to be a part of it.
Next, introduce you to Tim Finian.
Hey everyone, how you guys doing tonight? I wanted to kind of walk you through what we were proposing for the site here. As you can see in the image here, and you're probably familiar with the site. The site's somewhat pretty urban site with a pedestrian access around the entire building itself. So what we're proposing here is to address the site with storefronts, as you can see in this image, around the entire thing, storefronts and entryways, similar to the other buildings that are adjacent to it. If you can see to the left here, that's the existing building that we're kind of abutting next to. That's the kind of tower piece there. It creates between that building, there'll be kind of an automatic creation of a patio or a courtyard there of sorts, which the restaurant use will be able to use. So it kind of creates a nice little area for some nightlife there and a break between the buildings. And then moving along the side of the building, you see the letters, the 120, sorry, I had the wrong address there. It's 122. That would be where you enter the building for the lobby and would go upstairs to the office and also the restaurant above. So we figured there'd be a mix of kind of restaurant, office, and retail throughout the building. But the nice thing about this is we also created a rooftop terrace on the second floor. You can see to the far right. That would be where you can go up to the rooftop. It's facing like a southwestern view, is at least what we're proposing right now. You can enjoy the sunsets, the views from there, looking out there, enjoy one of Frank's delicious cocktails or whatever cold beverage you have. So it kind of has a mix where it's not just restaurant retail on the bottom. There'll be that kind of component of a rooftop, which you don't see a lot in that little strip there. And then to give you an idea of the place, I guess if you want to go to the next slide. So we've worked in different areas around the area, Baxter Village, over in Central Avenue by Plaza Midwood, and Afton Village as well. So you can see some examples here of some of the buildings we've done. So they have kind of an urban feel, pedestrian access. We're actually even working on a project on Ames Station in Matthews right now. It's going to activate that old warehouse building. So, that we're really excited about the project. We think that this building will complement the character of the town of Matthews, bring something to the place.
That is our brief presentation. Just open up to questions, and I'll bring it back to the.
All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Howell or anyone on his team? And just holler because I can't see everybody. There we go.
I have a quick question.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner, go ahead.
It's for Mr. Sibeli. Did I say that right?
It's Shabelli.
Shabelli. It doesn't really matter for me one way or the other, but is your restaurant going to be a new concept, or will it be one of your other restaurants that's already in?
Well, I mean, I think my first choice would probably do something that we're already doing or a variation of something we're doing. However, depending on the time frame and what else is constructed in the area, we want to make sure that it's something that's not served. So I would imagine it would be something that we already do, unless someone happens to build one close by in the next year or so. So that would be my choice.
Could you list the restaurants that you're affiliated with now again?
So my first restaurant's Mama Ricotta's. Started Cantina 1511 and sold it to a South African group in 2011. Started Bad Daddy's Burger Bar, sold it in 2015 to a public company in Colorado. Midwood Smokehouse, we have 6 locations. Yafo Kitchen, Little Mama's, Calle Sol, which is a Cuban and Peruvian restaurant, and the Waterman.
Man, I'm hungry. That's a good list of restaurants. Other questions or comments on this concept? Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Schiavelli. Welcome. I spent also 30 years in food service, and I know that Mama Ricotta's has a very good reputation. The Midwood Smokehouse, did you have a small property in McKee Farms for a while?
We did.
Before COVID?
We did. We started, we had, it's a longer story, but we wanted to try a fast casual version of Midwood. And so tried that, had an opportunity to do it, did it for a year. We found that we really just make more money in our full service restaurants. In that fast casual, I think everybody has a core competency, and I think our core competence really is more on the full service end.
Okay. Yeah, I tried it when it was brand new, and then COVID hit, and no fault of yours, it didn't succeed, but that's near.
We actually did okay there. The problem is, one of the biggest challenges in the restaurant business is quality of staff in your team. And so we just decided we didn't want to spend the money on something that was going to barely make money. So
how's your quality of staff today, if I may ask?
Not as good as it used to be.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any further comments or questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Howell and team. I'm sorry, Ken McCool. Go ahead, sir. Mr. McCool.
I think you answered this already, but what was your square footage going to be total on the building?
Tim, you want that, or?
For sure. We're looking at about 7,500 per floor up to maybe as much as 8,000, but we want to create some areas on the ground level that have, some relief to the sidewalk, so that there's some areas to kind of duck under, have some little kind of patio type areas underneath of it. So it'll probably, it'll vary a little bit, but total square footage around 15 to 16,000.
And then how many square feet was the rooftop area going to be? That's something I really want in this location when we choose.
Probably, it could be anything, but I think Frank, we've talked about somewhere around maybe around a 2,000 to 3,000 square foot range, I think, when we were talking for that part of it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. We'll take it under advisement. I think you saw the information that Jay presented earlier on the process we're going to go through, and probably also even go back and look at the recommendation that Mayor Pro Tem Garner made as well. So we should be, be back in touch in the near future.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
All right, we'll move on.
can I just, I wanted to make sure I get clarification, and I apologize. I didn't request a vote, but I just want to make sure the board's comfortable with the general direction staff is going with this process and the time frame. If that was generally a nod, then we'll keep on trucking with that schedule.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
Don't we go to the highest bidder, Jay?
You do not have to go to the highest bidder. No, sir.
Charlie, why not? If there's an upset bid process,
There,
don't we have
no,
to go
there
ahead.
is no upset bid process. The public hearing is just a disclosure hearing. It is not subject to an upset bid.
But if
That's
we're
the-
gonna sell a piece of town property,
But remember, this was done under the statutory process for downtown development projects. This is a special type of legislation dealing for the redevelopment of an area in the uptown area. And you get special considerations. One, the developer will build all the project at with his architect and his general contractors. We have elevation and site approvals and those types of things. We have to come to an agreement on the development agreement on what's going to be located there. And then under the development agreement, he becomes our developer for that property. Once he's ready to buy the property, we then, under the statutory guidelines, go to a public hearing, disclose to the public the size of the property to be sold, why it's under the downtown development project statute, and that what the appraised value is, and that we intend to sell it to him for whatever amount that you agree on, so long as it's above, equal to or above the appraised value. But there is no upset bid process in this particular type of sale. It's a private negotiation. Only because it's within the statutory limits of the downtown development project. And that's what's, I've been harping on this for the last 20 years. It has to be following those statutory guidelines for the whole process to work. And so that's why the subdivision plan is in place, by all the covenants in place. It's still the downtown development project. Now, how your vision is, that's going to be up to the board to determine what you want and what you want the development to be, but it's still under those guidelines of the downtown development project.
will the two developers ever get to face off in town hall or virtually?
That's going to be up to the Board of Commissioners on how you go about selecting. See, what this means is whoever you select will be the developer, just as Lat Purser was the developer under the original downtown development project.
Okay.
He will replace Lat Purser. And that's why the earlier time frame mentioned Lat Purser was discussed, but he was already under contract and still is under contract, but we will release him because he failed to take down any property and after he goes a year without selling the property, we can pick whatever developer we want to complete the project.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, Jay, I would be prepared to vote to endorse your timeline. However, out of respect for Mayor Pro Tem Garner, I at least want to address the comment that she made.
So could I potentially bring back an updated timeline at the next council meeting? How's that? Does that work? All right. I just want to make sure I had good marching orders. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. That will work. All right. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Consider social districts. Darren Hallman. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. 1 second. There we go. Okay, so I do have a presentation to follow this, so I'll just quickly skim through the memo and some of the other material. So social districts, this is a new tool that the state has enabled local governments to designate. These are kind of similar to the open container areas in New Orleans and Savannah, Georgia. And this was a response to COVID, actually, to provide more outdoor space. We'll just kind of skip through. So it's really only about 2 pages. It's fairly brief, but also very specific, or pretty specific. So the social district, this is just a common outdoor area where alcoholic beverages are allowed. So, normally it's, you go into one establishment and you can't take your drink outside or anything else. That social district, it does allow you to take your drink outside. So it does extend things out just beyond like any type of normal patioed area or walled area or garden area. And this is also fairly recent. It just went into effect earlier in October. And so right now there is only one social district in the state, and that's actually in Kannapolis, North Carolina. They did establish the West Avenue Social District. They actually established this district pretty much the day that the new legislation went into effect. They were very quick to act on it. So we do have a reference point for starting off. One thing I do want to note about Kannapolis that kind of makes them unique, the social district really fit in with what they were already doing as a community. So they had been working on downtown redevelopment probably since about at least since 2015. They had adopted a new downtown revitalization plan. So this kind of highlights some of the plans for the new district. So if you can see my mouse right here, this is actually West Avenue. Even in their plans, they don't even refer to it as a street. They actually refer to it as a park. This is one of the conceptual images that their consultants drew up, and they've actually gone out and done a build out of this area as well. All right, and so just to go over the actual legislation real quick, there are 3 components to it. It's local governments, ABC permitted businesses, and then the visitors or the consumers. So as local government, really our main charge is just designating the boundaries and then setting the days and hours of use for the new social district. We do have some requirements to go along with that, such as posting the signage and establishing a management and maintenance plans. And then we're also required to submit those to the ABC Commission, just so that they have a record of it. So there are special rules for ABC permitted businesses. These rules don't apply to every business. There's only certain businesses that it would apply to, and we'll go over those later in the PowerPoint. But the main rules are they may only sell on licensed premise. So like there's no beer carts or anything that can be pushed around in a social district. They do have to provide patrons with special to-go cups. They're marked. And they're also not allowed to let anyone bring in outside drinks from other restaurants. So just to go over the cup requirements real fast, each cup has to identify where the drink was purchased. It has to have a logo of the social district that it was in or purchased in. And then it also has to have drink responsibly B21 printed on the cup. They can't be any larger than 16 fluid ounces, and they can't be made out of glass. For visitors or consumers in the social district, you can't bring any outside drinks in, so you can't bring any type of alcohol from home. All the drinks have to be in the special to-go cups, and then drinks can only be consumed during the days and times that the town dictates. And then state limitations do still apply. So people are limited to either like 2 beers or 2 glasses of wine at a time, or a single mixed drink. And then they are required to dispose of any alcohol that they have before they exit the social district. So who can sell in social districts? So that's determined by the ABC permit type. Currently, there's about 23 different types of permits that the ABC Commission offers. It is limited to on-premise malt beverage permit, unfortified wines, mixed beverages, and distillery permits. And so those are generally restaurants, hotels, eating establishments, and private bars. In terms of enforcement, it would be a mix between Matthews PD, Mecklenburg County ABC law enforcement, and the North Carolina ALE. Primarily, though, what you're going to see is Matthews PD would be responsible for any day-to-day activity that happens out there. The other 2 law enforcement agencies, they would really be focused just on the ABC permits and making sure the businesses are in line with what the state requirements are. Some considerations for like designating an area. We really want to look at the current build out level. So any type of street furniture placemaking that we have in the right of way, sidewalk widths, walkability, take enforcement under consideration. The larger the area, then the larger police presence that would be needed to kind of maintain everything. And then also the cost, but not just the monetary cost, also staff time. So as I mentioned, we are required to put signage out. Part of that maintenance would be trash cans. And so with the trash, we would need to maintain and schedule some type of cleanup. Also the impact to surrounding businesses. So as I mentioned, there are new rules and some liabilities. So we would need to educate some of the businesses. For instance, with the no outside food or drinks. Give me 1 second. Sorry, my dog was chewing on a bone. Not just a little. But right, so with the no outside drinks, that pertains to anywhere on the premise. So for any restaurants or bars that have any outdoor seating or anything, they would need to be made aware of that so that they can have some type of enforcement out there. For instance, if someone just wandered up out of the social district onto someone's front patio or outdoor seating area and ALE or Mecklenburg County happened to be there, then they would report that to the ABC Commission. And there could potentially be violations ranging from warnings to citations. Some of the other things that we can look at are the town regulations. So do we want to set specific times where this is year round, or do we just want to host social district for special events? Well, note the days and times, it's not very fluid or easy to change. There's a process that we have to go through. So updating an ordinance and then resubmitting things back to the state. And then also just taking a look at, the different locations that it could be in. So businesses to include, exclude, outdoor areas such as like parks, different connectivity. I do want to say these were just concept maps that I put together just to illustrate what one could potentially look like. We haven't really, or I guess I haven't really gone through and like measured anything. It's really just kind of put it into perspective. And I did put this in the downtown area. So on the smaller map, this is probably more about the size of the one that's in Kannapolis right now. To kind of help paint a picture of that one, their longest, or the longest length of it is probably from about the front doors of Town Hall to Bank Street, back in behind like Brakeman's Coffee. And then in the larger one, just kind of added Trade Street back into that, just lengthen it out. And then so for, if we did decide to go through this, just kind of a general establishment guide, we want to go through a design process where, we create the boundary map, create names, a logo for the district, since that does need to be included on the cups, set days and times, create signage, educate businesses, determine if new equipment is needed. And then we would go through the adoption process. So we would adopt an ordinance, finalize the management and maintenance plan, and then we would just submit that to the NCABC Commission. One thing I will say is we did establish a line of communication with Mecklenburg County ABC officers, ALE, and the ABC Commission. So if there are any questions that I'm not able to answer and you'd like a follow-up on, we can provide that.
All right. At first blush, my initial comment would be, I don't think I would want to be the second town in the state to undertake this. It seems like a lot of extra work. I'm not sure, how much benefit we would get from it. Also, when I consider areas famous for this, like New Orleans, Bourbon Street, or Savannah, been to both places, St. Patrick's Day in Savannah, and there's a lot of abuse. You're stepping over vomit on the ground and stuff. So I certainly wouldn't want that for our downtown area. I think that could sully our reputation a bit. So I'm kind of I would be very hesitant to enter into this. I'd like to know more about what our businesses think, if they think this would be advantageous or drive more business to Matthews. But it could also potentially drive business away as well. Does anybody else have any thoughts on this? Commissioner Urban?
Well, actually, the reason the social districts kind of came up, and Corey can backfill some of this, is the meeting we had with the chamber, Corey's team, Leanne and Rob Jasek, with the Red Brick Partnership, was the fact that, for example, the holiday stroll with the tree lighting in Stumptown Park, in some respects, it wasn't sharing the love with the downtown merchants. Now, the event on Friday night preceding the holiday stroll would be in a fixed location, but would not be to the benefit of Seaboard and Temple Mojo and Stumptown and Jekyll and Hyde, et cetera. So it was actually Rob Jasek that mentioned the new legislation of the social district. And it sounds like, according to what Darren's saying, is that something like the holiday, the pre-holiday stroll event on Friday evening, it's too short of a time period to put something together. But I would think this would be a really good opportunity for very specific events throughout the year that both businesses and Park and Rec come to an agreement on that makes sense. And you asked about, well, you wonder about what the businesses were thinking. I think the businesses would support something like this on those type of specific events.
Well, haven't we done that already prior to this legislation?
Something similar, yes.
So we did it without, it seems very legislative, prescriptively heavy. You got to have a cup and it's got to say this on it. It can be 16 ounces and not glass. And it seems like a lot of hoops to jump through.
Yeah, but I think the business owners, and I think that's what the vet is, the business owners wouldn't mind that because there's a little bit more control. We don't know on St. Patrick's Day what people may be bringing in outside alcohol. And so that's one of the measures they're taking. I don't know if Corey wants to sort of step in here and sort of elaborate on that.
Yeah, our thought was, honestly, well, just from that conversation was, I guess, specific to having the band across the street from, was it Six Frogs, and having that area be available to those that want to, participate in the concert, but not necessarily do it from inside of the restaurant. And that sort of, I guess, spawned the idea to do it just for the hometown holiday event.
Yeah, I think I would be more likely to support it if it were for specific events. I don't think I'd want this 365 days a year. Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
I also think it would be good for events, but when I think, and to clarify, and probably Chief Pennington would be the best one to answer this, but when St. Patrick's Day is going on, technically you're not supposed to be taking your drinks outside of a patio. You're not supposed to be walking on sidewalks. And what you see is people sneaking drinks out and, crossing streets, and just this would provide a little more guidelines or structure to organize the chaos that St. Patrick's Day can be. But I think I personally think it would be a great idea for those larger events. It would allow some more flexibility for businesses.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I think it's exciting for the same reasons Renee just mentioned. It seems to be a well thought out process. For example, you mentioned, Mayor, the 16-ounce cups. Well, that's a one-time decision, but drink responsibly, having a logo on the cup as they put out the framework in the memo. It's a one-time decision. I guess my question is, should Stumptown Park be included? I did hear parks being mentioned, but I missed that by Darren. And Darren, let me give you the point or a minute to answer that. What about Stumptown Park?
Yeah, so within the context of the social districts, I think it's important to include some of the parks, especially if they're close to any of the bars or anything, or restaurants or bars. Just because, like, when I think of the social district, I just think about, where am I going, or where is anyone going after they leave the restaurant or the bar? Are they just going outside to, like, stand around on the sidewalk? Are they walking around somewhere to go look at something? Or is someone just trying to, like, sit down on the park bench and just kind of enjoy themselves for a moment? One thing I do want to kind of note, though, so the social district is only for those specified ABC permits, the on-premise ones. There are a few other types of ABC permits that can be, that the state does have, and those are special occasion permits, limited special occasion permits, temporary permits, special one-time permits. And I believe the temporary permits, those can be issued to nonprofits and government agencies as well. So if we did have any, I guess one thing I would want to look into, if we did have any events and there was anyone else that was making use of those permits, they would be ineligible for the social district. So it would need to be separated out from that.
Okay, well, I have a suggestion and a name call. My suggestion would be that we consider including Stumptown Park pros and cons because of the events we have there, and would they come to downtown Matthews after? And therefore, that would be an advantage to have a social district including Stumptown Park. And as far as a name, may I suggest the title All Aboard Destination Matthews as a name consideration? Thank you very much.
Darren, have we reached out to Kannapolis to ask how they're doing? I mean, they just did this recently, but are they having any issues or?
No, I haven't yet to reach out to Kannapolis. I've really been trying to work with, or I'd started a line of dialogue with the state. They are still, one of the things that the state or the ABC Commission is able to do is they're able to establish additional rules. They're still working on those. So there may be additional regulations that come out probably within the next few months about this. So essentially the dialogue that we've been getting is just emailing a contact, and then they've been forwarding that to their legal department and then issuing a general statement back. But we haven't reached out to Kannapolis yet.
Think you called on me. I'm going to talk anyway if you didn't. I agree with Renee and everyone else who said this, that maybe not a 365 kind of thing, but as we have special occasions to have this. I think it's a good idea. You know, a lot of our downtown has got bars and places that serve alcohol. So I think it's a genuinely good idea to have for special events. But I also echo the mayor, as I don't know if I want to be the second guinea pig in the state to undertake this. So maybe a talk with Kannapolis will mitigate some of those concerns.
I mean, we are very much known as a family-friendly town, and I'm afraid if we did this 365 days a year, you know, people walking around with their drinks downtown, that might have a negative impact on that reputation. So certainly think it'd be appropriate, perhaps during special events or special occasions, holiday stroll, certain events at the park, but I wouldn't want to do it all the time, because then you have Bourbon Street. You know, that's what that is. That's, you know, every day party. Let's go walk through the town with drinks. So are there any other thoughts, questions, comments?
So Mayor, just to clarify, so takeaway, is the takeaway for the staff to look at this from a specific event standpoint and bring back this social district with special events kind of carved out, so y'all can see what the thing would look like, I guess in ordinance form, as well as the date or the events. I don't know if the board's that far along or not. I'm just trying to figure out a way to.
That would be my preference, but I'm one of 7. I don't know if other folks think differently. But that sounds good as a starting point. And I certainly would benchmark Kannapolis and see, you know, which I think Darren said he was going to, but just to see how they're doing, see if they had any issues or if it's going smoothly. Maybe it's great. You know, it might be worth staff's time to go to Kannapolis and talk to the people that do that sort of thing and see if there've been any issues.
I have an idea. Could it be handled similar to street closures? Obviously, that's a special event. We're going to close something. We're going to have a block party for whatever reason, whether it's Matthews Alive or Beach Fest or Hometown Holiday. Could it be handled similar to street closures?
I don't know.
Well, I think the key is what, you know, we could do nothing and continue the way we're going. I thought people made up some good points about, it feels like this is a little more regulatory, maybe a little more accountability. And then the special events kind of keeps it, I don't know, not like an everyday thing. And then we can check with Kannapolis. So we could bring that. We just want to follow the direction of the board. If there's some silence in the discussion, we're not sure what silence means.
Let me ask another question, because I asked it a minute ago. How did we do this previous to this regulation? We've done this. We allowed people within Matthews Station Street to walk from restaurant to restaurant with the drinks. So we've done that already. How is this different? Or why do we need to follow this special legislation if we've already done it on our own?
Becky, can you or Commissioner Urban speak to that? I think we did that through Red Brick.
Yeah, so that is just a separate process that it has to be contained within a town-owned street. And Charlie helped us with that designation. So that in that case, it was limited to Matthews Station Street. It wouldn't be something that could extend, say, you know, across portions of Trade Street or roads that we don't actually have control over.
That answers my question.
Yeah, it was
much
more confined.
We could do it more confined on our own, but I mean, you don't have all that regulation either. It's a lot easier process. But it would, I guess, exclude Stumptown Park and places like that.
Correct.
However, we have sold alcohol there on site for Positively Matthews and other events.
Well, I will interject. I mean, I don't want to beat this horse to glue, but you know, in talking with Leanne and Corey in our meeting about the holiday stroll, Matthews Alive and other events are sort of footprint bound. By having a social district on special events, you can begin to think about the expansion of those event footprints, especially things like Matthews Alive or Positively Matthews and things like that. So it begins to to allow a little bit more flexibility, and it gives Leanne and Corey more tools in their toolbox when they're planning events.
Yeah, I would, then my recommendation would be, yes, Hazen, come back with, maybe some specific events that you would like to consider for this legislation to be applied to.
And get Kannapolis' experiences. And Darren, if we could find somebody, Savannah and New Orleans are not good whatever equivalences. But if there's, I don't know, somebody in Tennessee or South Carolina that's not a resort town or a college town, it may be worth it to get their experiences as well.
I totally agree that, New Orleans and Savannah are probably at the extreme end of what bad could go wrong. And there may be some better examples of smaller towns that have done something different.
Mayor, can I make one last point, please?
Absolutely.
On the perimeter of arterial streets on the outside of this social district, you want to have designated Uber and Lyft stations, pickup points, drop-off points for those who don't feel like they could drive or walk home. It provides a solution. Thank you.
Good idea. Thank you. All right, I think we've taken care of that one. Let's move on. Consider tourism grant awards. Corey.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Town Board. Just pulling up the memo, but while he's doing that, the tourism grant program is designed to award funding to nonprofit organizations that present ideas for programs and events that are designed to promote tourism and visitation into Matthews. Funding for this grant is through the local hotel occupancy and prepared food tax, and is budgeted annually in our annual budget. This year, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee formed a subcommittee. In this case, it was 3 members of the total 9 to make an initial evaluation of the applications. And well, also let me back up. Typically, either the chair or vice chair of our advisory committee makes this presentation, because it is the advisory committee that leads this process. Neither were available tonight, so that's why it's me. So from that initial meeting, the notes and comments were brought to the full committee, and the committee's recommendations are shown in the memo. You can scroll all the way down to the table. This year, the number of applications were similar to what we've seen in the past. Each of the FY22 applications they have submitted previously. As you can see, the requests almost reached 119,000 this year, and the available amount is 84,806. Some general comments. Each application did demonstrate elements within their events or programs that met the goals of the grant program. And the committee recognized that there were tiers within the applications in terms of impact on tourism and visitation. And they did make recommendations accordingly. And so this year we have Charlotte Junior Rugby Association, Matthews Playhouse, Charlotte City Ballet, the Kiwanis Club of Matthews, Matthews O'Mara, and the Matthews Chamber of Commerce. And there is correlating recommendation or recommended award amounts. The committee did like to see what each of these applicants received the previous year, then also what they requested the previous year, and use those also as some call it little nuggets of information to help them form the recommendations. I guess let me know if there are any questions or comments about the award. Certainly it is the board that makes the technical official award to the groups.
All right. Thank you, Corey. Commissioner McCool.
I just have a question for Charlie. I asked this last year. I want to ask it again. My father is a member or is a board member for MARA. Is there any reason that I should not be able to vote on this?
Well, let's see. no, I don't see any reason why you can't vote on it.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the amounts, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, or motion?
Well, Corey, I wanted to say that I appreciate the way the information was laid out, and it made it it was a lot easier to make sense of having other numbers to compare them to. So thank you for that great presentation.
Would you care to follow up with a motion?
Sure. Let me see if I need to pull up. I was looking at the other. Do you have a recommended motion on there?
Should be at the bottom.
Okay. I was looking at the other version in case I needed to jump in and say specific things. I will make a motion to approve the recommended tourism grant award amounts to be selected to the selected nonprofit organizations. Do I need to include those organizations, or is that good?
The amount.
I think that's good, as on the memo.
I'll say in the total amount of $84,806.
Yeah.
Second.
Motion from Mayor Pro Tem Garner, second by Commissioner Urban. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Corey. You're still up to give us the review of Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Floor is yours for the next 60 seconds.
All right, my favorite one. If you could scroll down to the inventory. Perfect. So the current Parks and Recreation Master Plan was developed in 2006. The goal, or say shelf life, of that plan was from 2007 to 2015. The plan did focus on indoor and outdoor facilities. There were things, programming type things that were left out of this current plan. In 2006, population of Matthews was around 24,500. And as well, roughly today, Matthews is almost 30,000 people. So looking at the inventory, I see we have a total of 9.5 mini parks, which, mini parks, which are defined as less than 1 acre or 1 to 3 acres. We have roughly 15 acres of neighborhood parks, 301 acres of community parks, and you see Idlewild Park and Purcell Halsey make up the bulk of that. The Matthews Sportsplex, which is a regional park operated by Mecklenburg County, 11.3 miles of pedestrian trail, and then 5 miles of biking trail. And to clarify, the trails in Purcell Halsey are also classified as pedestrian trails also. People do walk, but just to make sure we weren't, counting the apples twice. Now, scroll down to the progress. So what have we done since 2006, or I guess 2007? We have pages here. I can see we've built a number of park facilities, looking at KP Park in 2009, down to the opening up the Sportsplex Phase 2 in 2017, and most recently the dog park here in 2021. Greenway Trails, the earliest from 2007 was 4 Mile Creek Greenway in 2012. And the most recent completed Heritage Trail in 2021. And we also have the Irvins Creek Greenway, which is almost currently under construction. In terms of indoor facilities, Cruise Recreation Center opened in 2006, the McDowell Art Center in 2012. We've done a pretty good job with acquiring land, Uden Pottery, McKee and Pleasant Plains, and Keziah and Sam Newell. So now what does all that mean? Looking at the standard from 2006, as far as mini parks, I'll say we've met the service standard established in 2006. Neighborhood parks, we still have a little ways to go. And I'm only gonna say for the standard of 2006, I'm gonna say it one time. So I understand that all of these are looking at that 2006 standard. Community parks, we've met that standard. Regional parks is one that is typically provided by the county, just given the size and regional draw. And so the county has done their job there. Looking at pedestrian trails, that is one I had in the notes. So according to our standard, we only have 0.7 miles of trail remaining to meet what we established as our standard. I'll say we agree that we need more trails than that. Biking trails, looking at where we are, an additional 26 miles, basketball courts, 3 courts, outstanding. Tennis courts, given our standard, I say we've met it because we do have an agreement with Butler High School. Spoke to them maybe 2-3 weeks ago, just to check in, see how things are going. The athletic director is certainly fine with continuing what we have in place, allowing the public to go in and use the courts when they are not, well, not in school, and then of course when the tennis teams are not playing. But again, there are limitations to it. It's only available, under those circumstances. Volleyball courts, picnic shelters. You see, we have a little ways to go with those. Playground activities, a swimming pool, which I'll say a swimming pool is most likely going to be provided by Mecklenburg County, but just saying that we should have some water element in Matthews. And of course, dog parks. I did add that one. It was not evaluated in 2006. And again, as a note, that's something that we can do the next time we take another look at our master plan. So I think I spoke through most of the notes. Well, a couple of other things. There are some parks that are not, I guess, included in our inventory or in our progress. They are county parks, technically outside of Matthews, but certainly accessible by residents. Colonel Beatty Park, Easdale Farms, which is in Mint Hill, currently close to being under development, and also McAlpine Creek Park. And then our elementary schools, the 3 in Matthews. Each of the playgrounds become parks essentially outside of school hours. And then we'll just also add, in my opinion, it is time to revisit the master plan, i.e. conduct another master plan investigation and ask the people in Matthews of 2021 what 2022 or 23 through 2033, should look like. Certainly imagine the population of Matthews today looks a little different from what it did in 2006. Do want to make sure that we're still meeting the needs and demands of Matthews today and the next 10 years. As many of you know, Mecklenburg County just conducted their update or new, I'll say master plan, but of course they're calling their playbook. It does have some very valuable information in there. We can certainly attempt to pull information and make it fit into Matthews as far as what's determined as the needs. But I do think we need to get specific to Matthews to make specific standards for Matthews. And
thank you, Corey. You didn't get too long over a minute.
Only a few seconds.
That was a great summary. I think everybody on this board undoubtedly has heard one or more people say that they want pickleball courts, which I still not, including Hazen, but I'm still not even sure I know what pickleball is. I think I may have seen a video or something, but we've got several people interested in that, and it's become more and more popular. So Hazen said he's going to have plenty of time to play pretty soon. So
yeah,
got to build some courts. Got any plans for those?
We'll be talking about those in March. February. And again, just to reiterate, I do think it is worth taking another look. Again, looking at the standards we've set, certainly many parks in our community parks, again, it's listed as meeting that demand. But I say if you ask people today, they may say we still need a few more acres to make it feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you as an elected official, we get asked to make land parks daily. I mean, because especially if you're building a development next to someone's neighborhood, there's a, hey, can you make that a park? But I think there's still a little bit of a need for some additional acreage. We're going to be totally built out before too long, and I want to preserve as much green space as we can for future generations. Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Ann and I were together this morning, and a lady asked about tennis courts, and I've actually talked to her about this before, but she would like, she's an older woman who would like tennis courts with accessible, either an accessible changing room or bathrooms, and/or bathrooms. And I think that would be important. And if there are pickleball courts and/or tennis courts in our near future, having some sort of local facilities would be helpful.
Noted.
I've made this comment previously. I think we need to be careful about where we place tennis courts because it's a really loud sport. I grew up near Park Road Park, probably 3/4 of a mile from the tennis courts, and I could hear people playing tennis every time they played because it's just such a loud sound. Basketball is kind of similar, so we need to put those in places where that has a lot of space around them because they can be annoying if you live right next to them. Anyway, great job, Corey. Appreciate the update. I think it would be good to update that and revisit it, and that's certainly not urgent, but something we could do over the next year or something and try to get that updated.
Okay.
Any further comment, Commissioner Miller?
Thank you. I agree with your comments, Mayor, about tennis and basketball. And I would add, I guess, basketball being loud when outdoors. I think both can be played indoors and not bother anyone. But my question or comment to Corey on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan is, Corey, rather than inventory of what we have, what we want or need, I would suggest that a map would be more helpful here. In other words, a map of the town of Matthews would show the quote unquote park deserts where more parks are needed. And we all know they're more concentrated in certain areas. And then I remember on our last master plan that you and I were involved in, if it's a regional park, there's a circle around it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I would ask next time you present this to the next board, please include a map with those circular coverages to show everyone where the park deserts are, please.
Certainly, I did leave that one out. Yeah, I will definitely share that.
Thank you, sir.
Corey, one more off-topic question, but it's certainly directed for you, in your purview. In our last budget, we allocated some funds for some new equipment for the parks. Has any of that been purchased or installed?
No, we're gonna wait and see if any ARPA funds can be used for that purchase, and then move forward accordingly.
All right, great. Thank you. Any further questions for Corey? All right, we'll move on. Receive the monthly budget report from Ms. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Board. As you see in the memo, September did mark the end of the first quarter for this fiscal year, and is still kind of somewhat of a transitional month as far as some of the revenues are concerned. But the key revenues are all, still trending very well. The local option sales tax is continuing to trend up. This month's the September sales tax was 15.84% higher than September of last year. So there's still very good growth in sales tax, and we're also seeing very good, occupancy tax and prepared food and beverage tax numbers. And as you can see, when you're comparing September 2020 to September 2021, general fund operating revenues are, trending a little lower. However, there's no real concern at this time because, again, it is, there's still that transition for ad valorem tax, and a lot of people, wait, till further in to earn the interest on their money a little longer into the year before they have to pay their ad valorem tax. But everything is trending and moving in the right direction. And the tourism fund is also looking very good and moving in the right direction. So we will continue to, like I say, every month, and well, actually every day, we monitor where we are and the revenues that are coming in and the expenditures that are going out, and just making sure that we stay on top of everything that's happening within the town. And at this time, I have no concerns about anything as far as the financial status of the town. Does anyone have any questions or?
Any questions? Boy, it's great news when I hear you say you have no concerns. That's
yes.
That's great. All right, thank you, Teresa. I'm not seeing any questions or comments. We appreciate that. We'll move on to the last item. Consider purchase and associated reimbursement resolution for real property at 3221 Chipwood Lane. Mr. Blodgett.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. The board is aware of this, but this would be an offer to purchase. The actions would be two things. The board would approve an option to purchase, which give us some time for due diligence. We'd want to do a phase one and as well as dam inspections. There's a couple earthen dams out there. The price is we purchased the property for $2.1 million. The family would turn around and give a gift back to the town of $600,000. So we'd go out and seek whatever financing for $1.5 million. I would like to thank Attorney Charlie Buckley, because even though he's been on vacation, he was able to mention, because there is a deed restriction on this property that would be used as a park. And Attorney Buckley pointed out that it is possible some banks would look at that as unfavorable collateral. And so the intention was to go out for two RFPs, one showing that, and then the other option, of course, we can always put something else up as collateral to see if the banks do look at it negatively. I mean, we're a pretty safe bet and I think the banks know that, but the recommendation is to approve the option to purchase as well as the reimbursement resolution that are both attached. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, this is really exciting. Another beautiful piece of land that we can set aside for future generations, future folks that live in Matthews to enjoy, and visitors to Matthews. So I'm really excited about this. I think we are getting it at a favorable price, and I'm ready to move on this. But anybody have any comments, questions, or motions? Mayor Pro Tem Carter.
Well, it looked like Dave was going to speak.
Well, I was just going to make a motion that we move forward on it. I think it's a great opportunity, and I think we'd be making a terrible mistake not to take advantage of acquiring that piece of property. And so I'd make a motion that we do that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I couldn't hear what you said. You're breaking
So
up.
thank you. Is there anything further? You're making the motion to purchase?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. There's probably got to be specific language. I'll have to go down and locate it on the thing, but that we go ahead and approve. And there's both a motion that we approve that we purchase it and that we reimburse, I think is what you were indicating. Is that right? That
It's that the family will reimburse.
Yeah. Right. I couldn't. Good.
So the motion would be to approve the option to purchase as well as the attached reimbursement resolution.
Right. Right.
That's what he said. Okay.
I'll second
Yeah,
that.
Close enough.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bland, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Is there any discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller. Is he still with us? He drop off? Lori, do you see Jeff?
They
He
turned the
should-
Wi-Fi
he's-
off in Banner Elk at 10.
He should be in, yeah, here.
There you go. Commissioner Miller, we have
Yeah, I got disconnected. Am I back in?
you're in. It's your turn to vote.
I vote yes as well. I vote yes as well. I was able to listen to you, but not attend.
I vote yes as well, and this is really exciting. Thank you. That's unanimous, and we'll go ahead and hopefully add that. Corey can add that park to his inventory or our inventory.
That property is as beautiful, if not more so, than Squirrel Lake Park.
Yeah, it's a real gem. It really is.
It is.
And just say, we've already started to have staff discussions about how we're going to maintain the property, and, you know, nothing's free. So
Buy me a riding lawnmower, Hazen.
Yeah, you're going to be retired. You can live in the house out there and mow the grass. I think
I'll do that. I swear I will.
All right. All right, we'll move on to the mayor's report. I really have only one thing, and that is an announcement to the folks in Matthews that we have an election this year, because apparently the word hasn't gotten out too much. It's been kind of a sedate election season. We have 4 incumbents and 5, including myself, that are running for re-election, and 3 others that are running. And I've stopped by some of the early voting, and we've had as few as, I think, 15 people in a day, something like that, vote, which is pretty sad. So please get out and vote. Commissioner McCool, I know you did a public service announcement about early voting. I believe it goes through October. Is that correct? October 30th, I mean. Okay, so early voting is still available through October 30th. Tuesday, November 2nd is the election. So please get out and vote, and vote for those that you'd like to see continue on, or new folks to join our board. But we really need to vote. I get a little concerned when the numbers are really this low. So make your voice known and exercise your right to vote. I would appreciate that. That's all I have for the mayor's report. We'll go on to the attorney's report.
Mayor,
Mr. Whitley.
All those that are running, I think the night of the election, if you pick up everybody's signs and you can drop them off at Mount Moriah, in between the 2 small houses is a road. When you go past the small house, the first little street to your right, there's asphalt there. Put them on the asphalt, not in the grass, but come between the 2 small houses and drop everybody's off, and then sort of lay them in section. And I'll tell the other candidates run it, but when you pick up that night, pick up everybody and just bring it. You can leave them there for 7 days after the election, because you'll be tired. But at least that's a good safe place. It's lit real well too, but you won't be in the dirt or the mud or anything.
One of the nice traditions our town has, and I'm not sure when it started, but it predates me, is we all go out election night and collect all the signs, because let's face it, they're not the most attractive things to have all over town. We pick them up and do it all in one night, unlike some of the folks that ran for state office a year ago whose signs are still up some of our highways and byways. So yeah, everybody goes out, picks up everybody's signs, and I would like to ask the candidates also to retrieve their signs from Mount Moriah. In years past, sometimes they've sat out there for a month, and that's unfair to the church. So let's, after a few days, let's get over there and pick your signs up. But yeah, that'll be great. So thank you for reminding me, Commissioner Whitley. But November 3rd, probably 99% of the signs will be down, and we'll return to some sort of normalcy. And also, before I forget, just thank you for the incumbents that are running and the others that raised their hand to run. It's not easy to run for public office sometimes, and appreciate all those that have done it and continue to do it. Now we'll move on to the town managers, attorney's report.
No report, Mayor.
That's quick. Town managers report.
No report, Mayor.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner McCool, second from Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland, do you want to leave or do you want to stay? Yes. Okay.
On.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
The Hornets in overtime with Boston, yes.
I hope they win. Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Yes. Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Stay safe, everybody.